Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me all right. I think I've only done like 2 or 3 streams with this new microphone, so I'm still working on it, but good morning, everyone. I know it's been a bit. Hope you're having a nice, whatever it is, wherever you are. I think the last time I did anything with this godforsaken YouTube channel was like 2 weeks ago. Aside from a lot of like real-life stuff, I've also been sort of chipping away at making summons overpowered as my next project. It's kind of like rapidly ballooned into something way more complicated than I expected it to be, like everything I make. So it's kind of taking a while. From like an Ambien posting subreddit, most of them are, yes. People take the sleep medication Ambien and then just post crazy shit. The streamer is interrupting the slideshow. Yeah, my apologies. Are you playing Monster Hunter? No, I'm not. I'm not Monster Hunter pilled or whatever the term would be. When will you pivot to a Limbus Company channel? Once Idan and Red Pixel's gaslighting starts working. Yeah, this song that I'm playing as well is one from the, they mentioned on the dev stream that the new Proto Frames are all getting, like, their own theme song, and this is the one for Saren that was, like, given to us on the dev stream, so that was pretty cool. But as you might expect with this being a Sunday stream, we're not going to be doing anything actually creative or interesting. We're just going to knock out our weeklies, hang out for a bit. This is just my way of putting off the fact that I have a lot of work to do on the video. So today's live reaction was provided by me because I don't know, I just decided to make one. Anyhow, I did not mean to click on show profile. Are you in-game yet, Nitro? You are, okay. Nitro? I think his mic's not working. Just have to give him a minute. Is that the Cool Kid 369? No, I think you've got the wrong guy. So, I know a lot of you probably like, damn, you showed Varuna, but you have Dante, and that's because I put this all on for what's in my EDA loadout this week. Varuna is there, but welcome back, Nitro. I should have sent you an invite, but where were you on 9/11? I hadn't been born yet. Thank you for the D&D reminder, but I was born in 2002. You should give Nitro all of your plat. That would be funny, but knowing Nitro doesn't have the credits for the trade. Nitro's might got eaten. Yeah, potentially. Robin, I don't know if I want to read aloud the way you described Monster Hunter, because there's like a particular undertone to it that makes me a little uncomfortable. Into playing Warframe with me. I mean, best of luck with having them stick it out. Like, I talked about this on my last stream, I think it was, about how, like, it can be very difficult to introduce people to this game, let alone have them stick with the game, so best of luck to you with that. Is Cool Cringe 369 grim? That was my intention. Yeah, I assumed as much. What's your favorite bad mod? I'm playing Korean Warframe. Oh, First Ascendant. Bad mod is in like a mod that like you shouldn't use, or like that isn't very good for like a weapon or a Warframe. That's honestly kind of a tough question. I think I'll have to get back to you on that one. Still fucks me up. There are some, it bothers me how much younger some people I know are than me. Like, Phoenix DM me, like, oh yeah, I'll be turning 21 soon, and I'm like, god damn, I didn't even realize you weren't 21 yet, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro, why are you in this Discord?
What, okay, are we gonna drink in the Discord, you dumb fuck? What do you mean 21 plus Discord? What's the utility of having a 21 plus Discord? You'll want to come up and see what bullshit you have from Lloyd here. Better than Prime Sure-Footed? That's based. Honestly, I feel like if I had to say, like, a mod that people think is bad, but that I actually like, is actually Hush. I think Hush is an underrated mod. In the right circumstances, it can be really helpful. 30+ Discord.
Fucking agony. I got lethargic shields and abbreviated abilities. Fuck.
I mean, everyone has those. I'm Dante, though, so you can take a lot, like, any... Lethargic Shields and Knife Step Syndrome. I think actually everything that isn't abbreviated abilities, Overguard will just block.
Ah, good.
We don't even have Commanding Culverins on any of these, so...
Oh, thank god. We have, what's it, Caliban, Mesa, and Zaku.
Segregation by age, reasonable. Also, I guess it's up to you which of those you're the most comfortable with. I own all of your real estate. Grim. So I'm trying to catch up on the chat a little bit. My voice might sound weird when I, like, glance over, but... Temple is non-binary. As far as I'm aware, they are, because they... Like, we haven't heard much about them, but they don't ever use a particular gendered pronoun when referring to them on the page, so that would be my assumption. As Drifter with a pistol?
Mirror defense, I think.
What?
Caliban summons are probably good for the mirror defense, right?
They'll be helpful. I want to let you all in on a minor secret that I have discovered. That being that the easy way to do EDA mirror defense, if you don't have gear embargo, is to just spam as many summons as possible and just have them distract the enemies. Ruin the word Dante for me. Grim. I don't know, like, a couple of my friends are really into Limbus and, you know, that kind of thing, but I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like, to an extent, I refuse to learn about it out of spite, because it's just being, like, pushed down my throat so much. It's like, no.
Just like Hunt Showdown?
Well, I mean, not like Hunt Showdown, because I actually like that game.
Even before you liked the game, where every time someone's like, yeah, Hunt Showdown has that.
I tried it back, like, when Hunter first bought it for me, it was when the game was still in beta, I think, and the game ran so poorly on my computer, because I still had my fucking R7 240, that, I just, like, dropped it for a long time. The gameplay is whatever. Grim.
Why can I put adhesive
Makes sense.
blocks
Non-binary,
on my
fair enough.
setups? What the fuck would that do?
Make Limbus Thread a real channel. If Furry Channel doesn't get to be a real channel, Limbus Thread doesn't get to be a real channel either.
I mean...
On Nova Umbral's hit piece on Corvex. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I haven't finished that video, like, all the way through. So my opinion is not entirely good. I think that the statement that Corvex is the worst Warframe in the game is kind of deranged. I think that's, like, I've made this opinion clear on stream before. I don't really like Corvex that much. I feel like he feels unfinished. But, huh?
You have to host it.
Oh yeah, I'm hosting, so unless they ever fix this bug, but I wouldn't count on it, I have to queue it, because there's a bug where if the host doesn't queue it, it will kick you out of doing Elite. But I feel like, Corvex absolutely has his problems, but I don't feel like I would call, I don't feel like I'd call him the worst. I also feel like who the worst Warframe is entirely just like it's kind of a stupid thing to quantify, or to try to quantify.
Yeah.
Because this game is... Oh, my CPU usage might freak the fuck out here. Okay, no, we're good. But this game is, complicated enough that I feel like it's kind of impossible to objectively, you know, state who is the worst. You can have, like, who's the worst in your opinion, who do you like playing the least, but... And I guess it's also, like, kind of a matter of the environment, because as far as I'm aware, a lot of what Nova Umbral does is, like, Steel Path level gameplay, and, if you, like, play the Steel Path a lot, like Nova Umbral, or, like, level cap stuff like Nova Umbral does, then you're probably going to encounter issues with characters that do not exist for people who play the game at lower levels of content, if that makes sense. So I think that there's also kind of that to consider, is that I imagine most of Nova's audience does not play at the same level of content he does, which kind of makes there, like, sort of a gap in the opinions of the two, I guess. When Loki is right there. I think that Loki's got some interesting stuff. Like, I feel like, is Loki the worst Warframe is another thing that I feel like is a little bit difficult to quantify, especially because I do honestly think, it's shocking for me to say this, I know, but after it got changed, Decoy is actually a really good ability.
What is? Oh, wow,
yeah, a big part of it is because of the fact that it's a crowd control method that works through Overguard.
Right.
If you just want to try and defend the thing, I'm going to try and deal with this Jade Light Void Rig. On the actual problems Nova talked about, yeah, and I'll admit, like, I feel like when it comes to YouTube in general, you have to strike a balance between a title that people will actually find engaging and a title that will adequately explain what you're about to talk about. Like, I feel like with my own channel, that's a balance I try to strike as much as I possibly can, even if I do think I sometimes fail. Like, with DE doesn't understand Overguard, that was the argument there was an argument there I was trying to put forward, but a lot of people just saw the title and kind of assumed what the video was about. And I realized that I probably shouldn't do that kind of thing again, but then when I made the sequel, I felt like I had no choice but to go with the same naming styles. People could know that it was a sequel.
Yeah.
So I feel like, though, saying that a certain Warframe is, like, complete garbage and the worst frame in the game is, like... That's an opinion that is going to be contentious no matter what, let alone if that's what you open, or, like, people don't even have to watch the video to see that that's the argument you're putting forward, right? Yeah. I spawned to this Eximus and he immediately went to try and summon a mech. A bitch? And watch the world burn? That would be funny. Trying to catch us on the chat a little bit, my apologies. Also, welcome, Sci-Fi. As well as, do I think Oberon is the worst in the game? Again, not necessarily. Oberon does still have stuff, even if he's not, like... Here's something that I think is important about Warframe that honestly sets it apart from a lot of other games. If a character isn't that good, that doesn't mean they're not usable, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have games like, I think a good example of this is another game that I play, that anyone here who also plays this is going to have, like, feel a physical reaction when I mention its name. For Honor. There are certain characters in For Honor that are genuinely bad to the point of being borderline unusable. Warframe doesn't have any characters like that, in my opinion. Like, I've soloed EDA on, like, Necros. I've soloed EDA on Loki. I've done it on a bunch of different Warframes that people would consider bad. I don't think that, with how powerful we are in this game, anyone is so bad that you can't play them. Certain Warframes are absolutely outclassed or in need of help, right? Like, I think you can very much argue that Warframes like Oberon and like Chroma and Warframes like that do need some kind of assistance. I'm not the kind of person to like a Warframe and then argue that they don't need help, because at that point I'm just holding them back. But at the same time, that exploding hand dealt a lot of fucking damage, Jesus. But at the same time, I also think it's important to realize that even if a Warframe is not the best Warframe in the game, they still do things that can make them unique or fun for people, even if they're not that good. Something about Warframe especially, as well as, I think that it is a perfectly, liking the way a character looks or feels to play, or something like that, is an entirely valid reason to want to play them. Like, completely removed from their power level, if you just like the vibe of a Warframe, I think that's a completely valid reason to play them. And in a game like Warframe, you are able to do that because our power level is so fucking ridiculously skewed that you can just play anyone. Will give me cheers to hear that name. Also, welcome, Sab. Thank you for not being like 80% of Equinox mains. I mean, I feel like if there's any group of Warframe mains that, like, play a bad character, honestly, it's kind of like, in my brain, a three-way tie. I feel like Equinox, Chroma, and Valkyr, like, those three Warframes are all have, like, people that play them that are somewhat delusional about how good they actually are. Like, I remember in Grattler Gang, there was a point where someone was actually arguing that Valkyr was better than Baruch. And I'm sorry, like, you can like Valkyr. I play Valkyr sometimes myself. That is a fucking insane take, though.
Yeah, like, holy shit, man.
Got docked by a Valkyr main, can confirm. Yeah, fair enough. Did my summons expire? Yeah, well, a few of them did. I also would just like to announce to everyone that Call Beacon is fucking crazy.
Hollowvein.
Hollowveins aren't that threatening for this anymore. Remember, they nerfed the ever-living shit out of their scream damage. The real thing you have to be scared of are anatomizers, because if they die near it and drop all the bombs on the floor, they will just kill that thing.
Yeah.
I like how they nerfed Hollowveins. In the same patch, buffed anatomizers and then never changed them afterwards. Yeah. It was like, oh, okay, we're doing this, I guess. You know what? Fuck it. Gambling. It is another Jade Light Void Rig.
Oh.
Again, if you just want to stay on the objective, Nitro.
I'll put him on my 4 first, at least.
You can't armor strip them.
Right. Doesn't work as me as all we got as well.
Where did he go? Oh, what the fuck? He's down here now? Okay.
He's corn!
I don't see him as corn, so I guess he's just, you've been blessed with a vision.
The Jade Light corn fog, holy shit.
bird gameplay. Look, I'm sorry. Oh god. Oh, what the fuck is killing the objective?
They lights and shit, thing.
No, I saw anatomizer bombs on the floor. I think that was it. Eximus units do not target objectives with their abilities anymore. That got removed.
Good.
I think it was after the addition of the Jade Light, or shortly after the Eximus rework, one of the two. They removed that because the objectives were dying to the like abilities so much. Stab was doxed. Yes, as far as I'm aware, Sab, correct me if I'm wrong, that wasn't even the first time it happened, was it? Like, if memory serves, hasn't this occurred more than once? But it was the first? Huh, interesting. Because I remember when there was a night where Sab and I were in a Discord call. This was like multiple years ago now, I think. But I made the joke that if I ever got Sab's docs, I would send him something stupid, and then I made a comment that I'd send him some, like, of the tea that I like to make him, like, a new customer of the company. So Sab actually fucking gave me his address, and I did make good on my word, and I sent him the tea. But someone was like, dude, Sab's address is, like, public information, and I'm like, I wouldn't fucking know that. You think I looked for that shit? I doxed myself to Tom. I don't know if that counts, honestly. Like, I feel like giving your address to, like, a friend of yours, I wouldn't count as doxing. It doesn't count as
doxing, it's just, like, telling people where you live.
Because you're not making it public. Is it... Bayrat, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Also, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to focus on the chat right now because I'm trying to be, like, this particular stage of, The mirror defense is the scariest one to me because of, yep, these fuckers. Anatomizers will spawn in decently large numbers, and if they perch up on one of the balconies, they will just absolutely fucking obliterate the objective. I'm nervous about spawning a mech, though, because this room is so, like, where they spawn, they can just walk right into the objective, unlike the other, you know, the Oracle room where you spawn them on a different elevation and you can kind of keep them there by distracting them. Here, they'll just be on the same plane and just go right for it. So I'm doing my best to be careful. Not worth the risk. Yeah, that too. Just gotta stock up on the glyphs. It's funny too, because I think that the modifier is, yeah, the one where the glyphs hurt you, but like I don't care because I'm Dante. Oh, anatomizer.
Oh, we care about that.
Okay, I got him. Honestly, even if that guy successfully spawned a mech, I actually care less about them than the anatomizers.
Yeah.
It's also going to be important to try and keep the hands away from the objective as well.
Yeah.
One up here? Okay, no. My number one paranoia, I think I just recasted something I'd already cast because I'm an idiot, but my number one paranoia for this is Anatomizers. Like I said, after they got buffed, if they get close enough that they can die on the objective and drop their bombs on it, that is genuinely half the fucking thing's health minimum.
Oh, yeah.
It is some bullshit. I do not like it, but it is what it is. They're reverting Ancient Protectors. Not exactly. So here's the thing with that, because I watched it, and I'm going to include this, like, in the comments once it happens. But they said that they're going to be changing Ancient Protectors in two ways. They won't be able to give themselves Overguard anymore, or other Ancient Protectors Overguard, which is very, very good. And the amount of, or the time that the Overguard lasts is going to be reduced, but I don't think they said by how much. So they said that they were like, basically reverting them, but that's not entirely true, because implying this feature doesn't come back, a very big thing with Ancient Healers was that if the healer died, all enemies they affected immediately died. Or immediately lost their Overguard, so they basically immediately died. So if that particular component of it doesn't return, that I think is still a big deal, but at the same time, I do not think that I think that when it comes to the changes, they'll kind of have to see. Them not being able to give themselves Overguard or other Ancients Overguard is a really big deal. Oh, we have the Eximus modifier, don't we? This one's going to be exciting. But I think that, like, them not being able to give themselves or each other Overguard, really big deal, really good change. Whether or not the reduced Overguard time will matter depends on how much they reduce it by, and we'll have to see if there's anything else that comes with that. Because if they are really reverting them, that's, I think, overall a good thing. but there's some sort of strings attached with that in terms of how they used to work that were never brought up. Also, I'm sorry, my gameplay's probably really loud because Dante is just really fucking loud.
Yeah.
What would you do if Pablo forcefully reworked you? I don't know. I'd probably end up being like a functional person, so it'd probably be worth it in the end, but... Also, yeah.
Blood one in a line frame, though.
The Kome augment to me is definition of a Band-Aid augment, but...
It should be part of a base passive, honestly.
Whole overguard loss on death. Yeah, I wish that they would have brought, or would have mentioned that, but... Any thoughts on the Exalted Weapon rework? I'm honestly a little bit nervous. Like, there are a lot of things about it that I think are good, but I feel like, in a way, the addition of specifically the... Well, okay, let me kind of backtrack, because it's a lot of things. So, the Exalted Weapon rework, I think, even though it'll make every weapon affected by it better, I think it kind of hurts the identity of a lot of the Exalted Weapons, because they're going to end up using the same melee build everything in this game does. Bigger issue for me, though, right? Like, the addition of the Acolyte mods and stuff, that's whatever. I don't think that it's going to be a huge deal. The Arcane adapter slot, though, means that I feel like, at the very least, Exalted Blade and Iron Staff are just going to become Influence slop, and I think that's kind of sad. Also, in regards to, like, the pseudo-exalted changes, everyone involved is going to get nerfed, which is unsurprising because they're removing Rivens. It was kind of impossible for that to not be the case. At the same time, though, I think it will be healthier for the game, and Atlas got buffed. Korra is getting fucking super nerfed by this change,
they add Rivens
though.
for the fucking exalted weapons. That'd be nutty.
Like, Korra is not getting any stat changes, and they are increasing the, or they're having her base damage for the new combo system. So I feel like for, like, Atlas will probably be fine. I feel like Gara also will probably be fine. I feel like Korra got super nerfed. And Excalibur, I also think was realistically a nerf, but I don't think it matters that much for him. I think that Korra is the one that's probably going to suffer the most. Now, the question is Korra still going to be good enough that it matters? My money is honestly on yes. I don't think that she's going to be, like, complete dog shit. But the fact that they didn't give her any kind of stat increase does, to me, make it seem like she's not going to be as good post-update as she is now. Grendel is my comfort character, and that's fair. I will say that at least on the bright side, if they're adding with the addition of Temporal Archimedia, you are allowed to avoid it if you don't want to do it. I'm not sure if they've said if the like the items from it will come from anywhere else necessarily, but if the Rauta will work with the Exalted changes, I guess we'll have to see, because they did say in the dev workshop that the set bonus trick, where you build up a set bonus on your melee, like your regular melee, are not going to work anymore. But in exchange, your weapon will be able to build its own set bonus now, which is really nice, actually. Ready to feast with the Exalted rework? I am expecting to see a lot of Fortifier Mesas in the wild. Another one, like, something that actually excites me a lot is Hildren with Secondary Enervate, I think is going to be a lot of fun. Because for those who don't know, Secondary Enervate is a flat increase like Avenger. So you'll be able to put it on Hildren and take advantage of that with her as well, which I think will be really cool. Like, Mesa, I feel like her crit is high enough that you could drop crit mods for Enervate, but I don't think it... I don't think it would be the best thing you could put on her. More likely than not, there will be other combinations that are better. Jade, I think, will actually benefit from Enervate a lot, too, and Dante probably will as well. But I think Hildren's going to be, like, the poster child for, you know, the potential of that kind of strategy. Watching in VR, how goes it? How long did it take you to type that if you're watching in VR? Do you have access to your keyboard? Or did you, like, have to type that with your two VR controllers like you're like a fucking boomer trying to search for a show on their smart TV? Of the ragdolls? I actually don't entirely know. Afflictions definitely has potential on Baruch, but I also feel like he is so prone to insta-killing things, at least in his current form, especially, I don't think they said anything about it. If they are removing his combo scaling mechanic, then realistically it's not going to matter as much. But the fact that they're now allowing him to build combo with his waves is really big. Well, like I said, if they're removing his combo damage mechanic, it's not going to matter nearly as much. Like, Blood Rush and stuff will still benefit, obviously, but got decent at IT. I'm guessing you meant it, and then it just capitalized your T, but melee influence Baruch. I honestly think at the very least, Iron Staff and Exalted Blade are just going to become influence slot.
Elbow go active. Let's go. Incoming. Why won't you die?
Also, would melee exposure be gone on Korra? I would personally say no.
He's been healed.
And my reasoning for that is that Korra is really good if you, like, focus on inflicting slash status. And exposure is like putting a corrosive mod on your weapon. So it will, as far as I'm aware at least, will take away from your slash weighting, which can be a bad thing. For Korra, I think it kind of depends, honestly. I'll have to do some messing around and see. I also think that, like, while influence will probably be best in slot, I think that melee duplicate will actually have a ton of potential on Excalibur as well, because his base crit chance is so bad that he's probably not going to be like, or it'll be easier to make builds where you stay in melee duplicate's like effective, you know, crit chance range. Well, his boyfriend is dying. And Nitro just tends to panic about most things. Look, I'm fucking Dante. Now that we finished the mirror defense...
right now, that's why.
Yeah, well, here's what I mean. Like, if your mech dies, it ultimately doesn't matter, because I'm playing this Warframe. Our odds of failure, now that we've finished the mirror defense, are virtually 0. So...
Void Rig actually, oh god.
Take from me like a year ago? Yeah, probably. I'm almost on my 3rd max to duplicate at this point. Because, like, I do EDA every week, but I don't really want the duplicates and the crescendos, to be honest. Crescendo's price got absolutely annihilated in the open market. So, because of the addition of Galvanized Reflex, it's not even that good to resell. Duplicate is still good on certain weapons, like Glaives and stuff, I believe, benefit from it a lot. But it's still just like, damn, I want more Archon shards. And by more Archon shards, I mean specifically more red shards, because I have like 40 blues and 40 yellows, and I don't fucking need any more of them. But that's all the game gives me. Voss for them, you coward. Honestly, I could. Can you give me some? I mean, if you need them, I think I've almost got a max set of both. Fuck it, I'm doing the bad thing. I'm using Tragedy. You guys might notice when I play Dante, I actually very rarely use Tragedy, and that's because I think that his Exalted is so much more fun. Like, the book, that's all I'm going to call it, because if I say its name, people are going to start flooding the chat with the unfunny joke. But the book is a really good Exalted weapon. I really like it. The Bible, if you will. The Bible's a very good Exalted weapon. I really feel like Bible Man. Yes, Allie. I can't say it out loud. The Exalted rework won't kill the game. I mean, yeah, that's true. I don't think it'll be like the end, you know, the end of the world. In fact, the vast majority of Warframes, I think, are going to be getting a huge buff. For me, personally, it's more of just like a matter of, like, they're going to kind of lose some of their identity in the process, even if they will be stronger, and I think that's kind of sad.
No, baby, you understand. It's going to be just like Quick Swap and Hunt Showdown.
True. Hunt Showdown is dead after the removal of Quick Swapping. I don't know if you've heard, but 1.3 was actually the death of Hunt Showdown. The game shut down years ago. Spread the word of the Lord. Won't make the dead of it. Honestly, it's actually kind of, like, shocking to me that Warframe has survived so much. Like, I think under the modern dev team, under Rebecca's leadership, I don't think the game has ever had an update that ever really pushed it to the brink, other than Angels of the Zeraman. And everyone here who watches my streams regularly knows I am Angel of the Zeraman's strongest defender. Despite that update's issues, I actually really enjoyed that update. But even beyond that, I think that the game has only ever gotten better. Like, I don't think that there's any, I don't feel like there's any update in this game that overall made the game worse. Even for missteps. Not even Veilbreaker. Veilbreaker was a fantastic update. The people that were mad about the Wukong nerfs can... I don't really give a shit, honestly. I think it was kind of funny to see them get bent. Veilbreaker introduced a really good system in Archon shards. It introduced Archon shards, which were a great system. It introduced Archon hunts, which were our first big step towards introducing endgame content into the game. And it also gave us the armor strip changes, which were huge.
Oh, yeah.
Veilbreaker was a great update, personally. He was nerfed in Veilbreaker, yes. The main nerfs was they changed Wukong's... I've gotten 2 Tau Forged Yellows. Fuck this game, dude.
Yes.
But, Wukong's clone used to deal more damage than he did, but it was nerfed down to half damage. And on top of that, the big nerf to Wukong was that his ammo pool was shared between him and his clone. In exchange, though, they actually buffed Iron Staff a lot in that update to try and offset it. So, you know, there was that. I actually thought that that was a net buff for the way I played Wukong, because I actually like Iron Staff. Okay, as long as you have Overguard, the Luminous genuinely should not even be a concern. Just try and be close enough to me that I'm giving it to you periodically. I got 7 Tau Ambers. What am I going to do with them? There's a lot of good stuff they can do, but I just don't need them for anything right now. Felark's getting hit by the ammo nerf. Oh, yeah, right. Merciless lost its ammo capacity buff. Because, yeah, that was another big part of Veilbreaker. Hope EDA is going well. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad that you enjoy the awful videos I make. But yeah, I forgot about that. The ammo capacity nerf and ammo changes. Prepare for the ultimate glazing soon. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm kind of scared, Sci-Fi. I still need to fucking find a time to join you for Top Hat Culture, though. I know we talked about it a couple weeks ago, but we forgot to, like, actually do anything with it. My text... I wonder if YouTube sniped your, It might have sniped your message. That does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
From the Merciless nerf. For me, most weapons I didn't care that much, because I actually don't really like Merciless. But it did hurt Felarks a lot. With the ammo efficiency arcane primary crux, it is very, very good. It's also funny because we got the sweeping ammo nerfs, and then about a year later, you know, we got or half a year later. Oh, right, this is Double Demolisher, I forgot. But about half a year later, we then got Incarnins, so
yeah,
that was kind of funny. Do I not have a Word Warden active? No, I do. Okay, I was gonna say, like, hello, DPS? I'm shooting Nitro's fucking Conculist. Okay. Nitro, hold still for a second. Okay, there you go. I've made Alternox slightly usable. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, the fact that Alternox is getting a skin is something that I think is actually kind of funny, because they didn't mention any buffs to it, and Alternox is actually, like, comedically fucking bad. I don't know what they were thinking when they made that weapon. Because it's fun to kill them, and that's fair. I play a lot of different Warframes. I try to play pretty much everyone, which is why I like want specific shards more than others, and have needed them for a long time. But because Alternox, for those who don't know, Alternox is a status-focused weapon that is pure electric, so it can only inflict at most 4 status effects if you take every single mod that would that you can for it. And for some reason, Alternox has no headshot multiplier. A skin instead of a sword. The fact that Vian is only a skin is really lame. You can't be racist to the Sentients anymore. Like hell I can't.
Yeah, no, they're the bad ones, you know?
I can still fight them in Archon hunts, which means that it is still entirely justifiable. Thank you very much. I don't care if Hun Hao is one of the good ones. The other ones still aren't. Gives it... Yeah, I forgot to mention that, but yeah, the alt-fire is also not affected by multi-shot, even though Gyre gives the gun a small amount of multi-shot as the combo passive. What a fucking bad weapon, dude.
Damn, honestly.
I do hope that when they release the skin, they buff Alternox, because it has been considered so bad for so long, but I kind of doubt it. It's the same with, like, when Rhino got his heirloom. I was sure they were going to finally change Iron Skin being lost when you fall off the map, but they didn't. He is literally sentient Hitler, yeah, but he feels bad about it now. Like, he maybe... I can't go back to the fucking Hitler analogy. Wake up. Take some overguard and... Yeah, take 2. Stephalos. Okay, this is going to sound like a crazy take. Stephalos is actually pretty good. But the thing about Stephalos that makes it good is that it's affected by the Gundition overload bug. So fucking Stephalos treats Galvanized Savvy as a multiplicative damage increase. So if you combine it with like a very strong priming, or with like mag, so that the projectile will hit enemies multiple times, it's actually a really good weapon. It's just honestly niche enough that I wouldn't consider it a good weapon overall. I do use it on my Citrine loadout, though. Being the son of Frode Beck? Probably not. Also, welcome, Zayek. Allow Roar to be recastable while it's active. The problem is if they did that, then they'd have to think of a new augment, because nobody uses Piercing Roar for the puncture damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't think Rhino's a bad framer in dire need of a rework. I was just expecting him to get a little something like Ember did. Like a multiplicative damage increase. What the fuck does that mean? Which I don't want off myself. So here's the thing. Rhino's Overguard is the only Overguard in the game that works like this. Every other frame that can get themselves Overguard can fall off the map and keep it. I believe he's one of 2 frames that's affected by nullifiers as well, where he'll lose his Overguard if he touches it. I think the only other one, if they never changed it, is Frost. I believe that Frost also loses his Overguard if he walks into a nullifier, but not if he falls off the map. Something to do with Alternox? Oh, the one for her 1? I didn't realize that you activated this for a second. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, God.
Here. Use Truculence. You know, fair enough. Yeah, you know, speaking of the thing I just mentioned with the Overguard, some of you might be aware of this. Has anyone here seen that Nightmare Frame reacted to DE still doesn't understand Overguard? I don't know if anyone here has seen that he did a reaction video to that. I watched most of it after Shiro told me about it, and I want to make something clear. I have no beef with Nightmare Frame, but his reaction was pretty bad. So, you know, if you haven't seen it, then this is not going to make a ton of sense to you, but for those who, yeah, the Overguard Rhino thing that I was talking about is what reminded me of that video. But, so, do a reaction to his reaction. Shiro suggested I do that because it would be funny, and I'm not gonna lie, it would be, but it would also just be, like, the pinnacle of fucking, like, slop garbage content. But I feel like with a lot of Nightmare Frame's reaction, he kind of just misses the point of what I'm saying, or goes on tangents about unrelated things. And I get, like, if you're on stream, right, that's the nature of the beast, right? You're gonna go on tangents about unrelated things a lot. But the one that I found the strangest is multiple times throughout his reaction, he goes on a tangent about how, about melee influence. And, hold on, I'm trying to get my, well, I didn't do it fast enough, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can put it in.
Need Overguard.
Oh. So here's the thing. Nightmare is repeatedly drawing like a parallel to melee influence, and basically the way Nightmare is framing it is that, I don't know why you came after the same one I did, but...
Oh, there's 2 shit.
There has been 2 for this entire mission.
I haven't noticed somehow.
Other one's up here.
Mine's a Void Rig.
They were both Void Rigs. They will always spawn as the same kind of mech. But of missing the point. Yeah, so like here's the thing with Nightmare's reaction, that there's a couple things about it that kind of annoyed me. But with the melee influence thing, here was basically Nightmare Frame's argument was that DE adds, okay, the way he explained this was actually so bad, I don't even really know what he meant entirely. But the point that he was trying to make was that, like, DE adds things without any real care for how they affect the wider game. But I feel like not only is that argument really reductive and honestly fairly condescending towards the developers to like position it that way, because what Nightmare Frame is essentially saying is that game design doesn't exist. But even beyond that, he repeatedly uses melee influence as an example of like, well, your old melee builds are now bad because they added influence. But I feel like that's a really unfair comparison to the Overguard problem. And the reason for that is something that I think should be fairly obvious, but I will go ahead and explain it anyways. Melee influence did not make your previous builds worse. It just gave you something better than what they already were, considerably so. But if you still liked your old melee builds, you can still use them. The expansion of Overguard into other areas of the game makes things that used to work in those areas not work anymore. So I feel like it's a kind of a bad comparison. Because the addition of melee influence just made everything better, whereas Overguard's expansion makes certain things worse. Even if things are now like bad relative to melee influence, it doesn't mean that they were like nerfed necessarily. Why are people... Okay, whatever. I'm just not even going to acknowledge this. But the other thing that Nightmare talks about a lot, and that kind of bothered me, was Nightmare, throughout his reaction, takes like a very... the way he positions himself is very like, I have it all figured out, if that makes sense. So like, a lot of the time he talks about in the video how the developers don't think anything through and they just kind of constantly add things for players to chase with no regard for how it affects the wider game. And I think that's a very condescending opinion. All right, I'm here. But even beyond that, what he's saying, like, he uses my argument to substantiate that claim, which I think is complete bullshit. But even beyond that, he has this sort of demeanor that, like, he's, like, watching me figure out something he already knows. And the way he positions it that way kind of really, like, pissed me off when I was watching it. Because it was just like, not only is what I'm saying not really substantiating the fact that you're broadening the, Nightmare is kind of using this microcosm of an issue I'm talking about to expand it to this much wider overarching problem that I never even bring up, because I don't think it's a real problem. But even beyond that, or I don't think it's a problem like he's phrasing it is. But even beyond that, it just kind of felt like I was being, not just me, but people who make the game were being talked down to. And I found that to just kind of be like a bad mindset, I guess. Not so much these days, yeah. And then, this is a very minor thing, but something that also annoyed me was when Nightmare Frame said that the tank boss fight was bad because it had no mechanics. That's just genuinely straight up untrue. Like, if you're doing the Apex tank and you're cheesing it with something like Torrid, then, I mean, yeah, fair enough, but to talk down to the developers, which is kind of wild. That's what it felt like. Like, I don't know if you've seen the reaction, Sab, but that's genuinely what it felt like watching it. There's also a part of it, like, when he brings up the tank boss fight, he says that he thinks Eidolons are much better designed because they have actual mechanics, and I'm going to hit you all with a kind of insane take. I think that his criticism of the tank can very easily be extended to Eidolons, because the tank boss fight does have mechanics, but if you bring the right gear, you can effectively skip them. The one he stole from me, fair enough. But if you are good at Eidolons, you want to know... Also, I'm starting it, but you want to know what most of Eidolons are if you're actually good at them. Most of Eidolons is waiting. If you are good at Eidolons, you will be spending genuinely probably 80% of the boss fight waiting for the boss to get back up. That's most of what an Eidolon actually is. And I feel like, I don't know, like, I like Eidolons personally, but it's easy to, like, phrase things in a way that make them seem bad. Personally, I actually think the tank is a cool boss fight. And it does have interesting mechanics to it. Like, it's got its heal phases, it's got the rocket launcher phases. Is it my favorite boss? No. My favorite boss in the game is probably one a lot of people will find very weird. But, in fact, you know what? Here. Look, again, I want to make this clear before I switch topic. I'm not trying to shit on Nightmare. He's entitled to his own opinion. And I have no problem with him. I just didn't like his reaction that much. I felt like it kind of missed the point a lot of the time. And that's to be expected. He didn't watch the first video. So, it's kind of to be expected. But I want, now, just kind of to pivot topics, I want the chat to guess. This will be our certified lurker moment, actually. What do you guys think is my favorite boss? I'm going to keep an eye on the chat, and I will, you know, end the challenge when I see someone get it correct. Why are you using Iron Staff? With why is your first message in my chat retarded? Jesus Christ. The login screen?
Well done.
True.
Ideal.
Amulos Reborn? Oh, hell no.
Thank you.
I'll spoil it all for you now. It's not the Sergeant. We can
That's
leave.
probably mine.
60 eyes? Nope, that is close. I do really like the fragmented, but it is not them. Deimos lanky legs. I actually think the people that are in chat right now have forgotten that this boss exists. Alright, I'm just gonna spoil it because I don't think anyone has said it. A Tau Forged Blue. Two Tau... This fucking game. 2 Tau Forged Yellows and 2 Tau Forged Blues. I don't think anyone actually remembers that this boss exists. I don't think I've seen anyone say it. Let me scroll up a bit. I don't think anyone said it. Alright, I'm gonna hit you all with a crazy take. It's Colorvo. Colorvo is my favorite boss in the entire game. If you fight Colorvo in just your Drifter, you will realize he is a very well-designed boss. And he's really fun. Like, when I was doing my No Decree Duviri run and I fought Colorvo after finishing the main objective, it was a very good time. He's a really fun boss.
My website has appeared 4 times in this. Kavia, what the fuck is my rep screen?
I will say this, if you fight Colorvo properly, he will take you a while. He's like a 10-minute boss fight, but that's actually part of why I like him. A lot of people, that boss doesn't count, but I feel like a lot of people, like, I actually remember a long time ago, that I had run a poll on my channel, because I thought about doing a boss fight tier list at one point, and I don't know if I'll ever go back to that idea or not, but I ran a poll on my channel just asking, like, hey, what's your guys' favorite boss? And the #1 reply, overwhelmingly so, was the Sergeant. And a lot of people said that they liked the Sergeant because he was easy, and they could just speedrun him. And I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was pretty sad. Like, for me personally, right, the bosses I like are ones that I think are fun and mechanically engaging. And I can see the argument of you liking a boss because it's easy to grind, but I also feel like it's just kind of sad that some, like, you know, that's some people's approach to the game. Is that, you know, I want to fight the boss who I can basically just cheese. And it's just like, damn, dude. Because, like, at that time, I don't think Colorvo was in the game, but I probably would have said my favorite boss was, like, Exploiter Orb or something. I will say this, I really like other bosses I really like Exploiter, but goddamn, her second phase lasts way too fucking long. Yeah. I like the Tridolon boss fights, I like all of the fragmented variants, I like the tank. Controversial opinion, I don't like Profit Taker, I find that fight really fucking annoying, personally. I see why people like it, but I don't like it. I would consider her a good boss overall from a more objective standpoint if my criteria of like having mechanics and being an actual boss are anything to go by, but I don't personally like fighting it because of their funny voices. I'm gonna be honest, I fucking hate Zealoid Prelate, and the reason for that is primarily because its Steel Path variation is unbalanced as fuck. Steel Path Zealoid Prelate is so fucking tanky. You can't out-yap him. Dude, even, like, when I had done the Steel Path boss rush stream, it made me realize, like, damn. A lot of this game's bosses are complete pushovers. Like, I really do like that modern Warframe, the bosses are trying to move more towards having actual mechanics and being more engaging, and I really like that. Was the worst 7 minutes of playing this game. Yeah, I agree with you on that, actually, Sab. Regular Prelate is fine, because he was balanced around regular Star Chart level to be difficult, even despite the low level. His Steel Path variation is AIDS. To rush you down when you aim for a second? Honestly, yeah, it feels like that. Selecting all but one mod in the mod terminal. Thank you for the 5, Ian. You know what's actually good about that is they're adding a mechanic or a feature that will allow you to do that easier in the next update, where you'll be able to pick, like, sell mods with, like, a screen that lets you pick, like, how many duplicates you want to save and stuff like that. So, sorry, your favorite boss is about to get removed, but yeah, when it comes to bosses, I personally mostly like the ones that have more involved mechanics, and I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. Like, ever since the new DE team took over, pretty much all of the bosses we've seen are more about their mechanics, right? Like, the Void Angel has more mechanics to it. The Archons do, but I think that the Archons weren't as good because they were a New War, you know, New War carryover, right? But what else? The Aura Worm is a fine boss fight. I just don't think it's that difficult. Let me say something important, Joe. Thank you, Zayak, for a member for 5 months. I'm sorry you waste your money so flagrantly. Super excited for Temple's Gun. It does look really cool. Beating our abusive stepfather in the New War, true.
The Netracell is deep in this.
But I really appreciate you for letting me use yours. Oh, I think, did you DM me on Discord about that? Because I meant to reply, but I forgot. I was looking for your channel to watch it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. But I'm glad that you made one. I hope it's going well. It was nearly 5 years ago. Yeah, Deadlock Protocol was 2020.
Man.
I did that? Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I couldn't find your YouTube channel. I was going to leave a comment on the video, but I couldn't find it, and I felt kind of bad. Yeah, sorry for forgetting to reply. I mentioned this before, but I'm really bad about remembering to reply to people on Discord. Youch. Revenant Spectre with Incarnate Torrid. Do people play PUBG Viri? I don't honestly know. I normally go for solo, personally. It's in Spanish? Alright, I gotta learn Spanish to watch it. In Warframe mode instead of the Drifter. This is going to be considered a shit take. I feel like in the phase, the first phase of the Aura Worm where you have to grapple onto it, on Steel Path there should be 4 worm tethers instead of 2, so that the phase actually lasts longer. I think that it's kind of skipped over really quickly, and I wish it was more involved. Catching up a little bit here. We didn't get a Dante augment. I think the main thing is that Dante doesn't need an augment. Because he's already so good. Like, I feel like if you look at the Warframes that got augments, literally, I think all of them are frames that aren't considered, like, amazing. Other than Gyre, but Gyre's really good, largely with Pillage. Props on 1999 Arca Media. The fact that you'll be able to give yourself a buff, I think, is going to make it a lot better than EDA is in terms of, like, feeling fun and fair, but I'll have to see. Way too much for the first non-tutorial boss. I actually do agree that Jackal probably shouldn't be as early in the game as he is. Like, watching Josh Strife Hayes' video about Warframe, he got his shit rocked by the Jackal, and fair enough, because every boss you're gonna fight after the Jackal for quite a while is not nearly that hard.
Yeah, no.
Or stacking up to be really long. I think that's kind of the point, though. Like, having a lot of weekly content is to keep people who are more hardcore, more, like, engaged. I feel like, though, the question is how much longer will it be than the 2 Netracels that it consumes? Because for those who don't know, Temporal Archimedia will also consume 2 Netracell charges like EDA does. So you are locking yourself out of how long it would have taken you to complete those. It will still probably take you 10 or 15 minutes longer, but personally, I'm down for more variety in the weekly content, though. Why do you keep doing this, Combi? I mean, I appreciate... Oh, no. Oh, I don't appreciate it anymore. Robin Hood got one of the gift memberships. Tuckmut also got one of the gift memberships. Damn, that's good RNG. But thank you for the 5 gift memberships, Combi. I do appreciate your generosity. I don't know why you waste your money on this, but I appreciate it all the same. I actually, I am scared now that Robin Hood has a membership, though. I'm not gonna lie. Unkmut. I'm not gonna lie. The Unkmut, like, I was watching one of Suckmut's, I think it was the Relic cracking stream he was doing, and the term Uckmut, honestly, is that's top tier as a statement. I think I really do in terms of creativity. I think there's a lot of augments that are cool and creative personally, but there are some that feel like they're implemented to fix a problem. Like, I think a big example of that is actually the one for Equinox's 4 that preserves the charge between her forms. That should not be an augment. That should just be how the ability works. Into the biggest loser ever. Wait, you're a member and a mod, Zayak. That's the worst combination. It's never been more over. We have a status damage buff. I mean, Dante grants a status damage buff. So I think overall, I guess I don't know. Temple giving a crit chance buff I do think is kind of funny because they're fairly saturated, but they kind of, as far as I'm aware, it's kind of different. Like, instead of giving yourself crit chance, enemies you affect get more crit chance. Like, apply to them like Puncture procs do. My AC just broke. It's never been more over. It's supposed to be 90 this week? Damn. I forgot that you guys live in hell. Here in Iowa, it's considered nice because it's no longer freezing. It felt really warm because it was in the fucking 50s this week.
It was 90 this morning, babe. What the fuck?
Yeah, get bent. Also, Celios the Ram, welcome to Cool Kid. Dude, I cannot beat the allegations that all of my audience is fucking furries. Celios the Ram? Celios, do you have a persona, or Celios? I don't think I can read that correctly because my chat is so far away from my face right now. Do you have a persona, or is there a different reason that you're referred to as the Ram?
More spam, let's go!
Fix this issue with mods forced to use. I love the rant in the gameplay. Thanks for stopping by, Jackrabbit. Do not speak of Asenna. Why not? Does it make you insecure that your country's political myth involves a fucking wolf? Yeah, you're the descendant of a fucking wolf, and your own country's like ultra-nationalist political myth. Serval? Wait, so you're Celios the Ram, but your persona's a Serval? That throws me for a loop, actually. I thought it was the bad dragon logo. Oh my god. Furries aren't real. I mean, maybe not in your community, Sabuchi. There's actually a joke I have written. I think I mentioned this earlier. I've been working on making summons overpowered, and I make a joke in that video to the effect of, like, unfortunately, I have no friends, and as you can probably tell by the profile picture, no father either. That's probably going to upset some people, but I thought the joke was funny.
Oh, we find the necromancer, poor bastard.
Oh, several! Oh, you've spent several personas! Oh, that makes more sense! The typo made me think that you misspelled serval. Make an understanders joke. I don't know how I'm supposed. I thought that understanders is a pretty dead meme at this point, isn't it, Cassette? I don't know how much it's referenced in IDAN server anymore. All I know is that you fucking baited me when I joined your Discord and understanders with the fucking join picture. I've never been baited so hard in my fucking life. The profile picture ate Cool Kid's dad. Good ending. Had to look up what a serval was. Damn. You guys don't know about Saga? Because we get so many. You know, fair enough.
Okay, he's coming to you. He's floating.
Huh? Who's coming to me?
Necromancer, he fell onto the map.
Oh, my icon is bugged. I don't actually have it marking him correctly. Hawk on. Hell yeah. You know what's funny is there actually is a real Ultra Kill tech people named Sawcon to bait people with the Sawcon these nuts. Swag membership gift. Welcome back, Suckmutt. Yeah, good ending. Suckmutt got a membership. Bad ending. Robin Hood got a membership. My ass is a ram. Ah, okay, fair enough. I will say, if you're part of the Discord, we'll have to add you to the thread just called Furry Channel State Approved. It's sad. Thera was the one who started that channel, but he left Grattler Gang quite a while ago. I still talk with Thera fairly often, and as far as I'm aware, he also was still in touch with a lot of Grattler Gang members, but I'm back to playing Monster Hunter. I respect that. Freedom from the insanity that is this. Weren't you in Sci-Fi gonna stream Monster Hunter, Suckmutt? I think you said something about that on one of your streams, but I might be misremembering. Add me to it, please. If you're in the Discord, I can probably just, like, tag you into it here in a minute, yeah, but about to loving me if I wasn't 19 albino rats in a trench coat. I'd still think you're pretty cool, all things considered. Can I rename the furry thread? I feel like that's probably a bad idea. Is the furry thread still nerfed? I know a while back we nerfed the furry thread, and the title got changed to nerfed, like 20% less RP or something like that.
Oh, that's what you meant. 17 horses versus Wade, like, Horsey wins.
Shut up, triple horse death barrage.
Horsey sweet, baby.
Then father fall at the risk of guilt overdose? What the fuck? Maybe I shouldn't have read that out loud, actually. Buff because we added drugs. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I didn't remember that part, to be honest with you. Also, I wanna, you know, I'll probe you all for this now because it's March 2nd. Anyone here seen my April Fool's video? Obvious and mundane stuff. I'm gonna just kind of probe this now. Do you guys want me to make another one? Because I was considering a few different April Fool's ideas for this year, but several of my friends have asked to participate again, so I want to see if there's any, like, audience interest to have another one be made. This obvious and mundane stuff didn't really perform well, but that wasn't really the point of it. Anything that I would make for April Fool's Day honestly wouldn't perform well. That's besides the point, honestly, but... Because I feel like my concern is it might take a lot of development effort, so to speak, away from making summons overpowered, but hell is true. Because I do want to also extend my invitation. Like, I invited Sav last time, but he wasn't able to participate then, so I'd probably re-invite him if he wants to do it. Like Suckmud and Sci-Fi, I think would be fun additions if they want to, you know, lend a game to obvious and mundane stuff. My question for myself is, if I'm going to do this again, I don't want it to be the same for my segment. I don't just want it to be jokes about Warframe again. I want to do something more interesting, but I don't really know what I want it to be yet, is the problem. Would you invite my balls into your mouth? I mean, probably not. Dark Sector? That would actually be pretty funny. Good point. I should do weird and obscure facts about Dark Sector. Get more unhinged. The thing is, that's how the first video goes. Like, it devolves into the point where a lot of what I'm saying isn't even about Warframe. He could use the publicity? Yeah, he probably could. Watch your viewership go negative? That's honestly how it works. How many years has it been now? Yeah, Operation Under Grundle I thought was returning soon. Ember is the fire Warframe. It's weird because Rose and you and Phoenix both told me that you thought that joke was really funny, and it was a complete fucking throwaway line that I used to pad out the length. A lot of the jokes that people thought were funny, I did not expect them to find funny, to be perfectly honest. The one joke that I wrote that I thought was actually funny was the, like, several Warframes released before the game's release date and that it was possible due to Eternalism. I did think that that joke was funny. Make the Chevenant video? Honestly, maybe I will. Maybe I will this time around. It's the same with, like, the same with fucking... I'm having a moment. Oh, I forgot. I'm not able to see, like, the names are truncated right now. So my Discord, as long as I have OBS open, is going to make this hard. If your name is still just Celios the Ram in Grattler Gang, if anyone here is in the furry channel, just tag that person into it, please. I can't find it with the way Discord gets changed. From my last comment. You know, fair enough. Actually, that's a good point. I should do the Cyto 9 killed JFK video for April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
I could finally do that. Something is funny until I get a reaction. Honestly, yeah, same. You know, that's actually a good point. I should finally work on that video. My concern with it is I want to do it like a mock historical documentary, and I don't know if my editing skills are good enough to actually pull that off the way I want to do it. But I think that, like, myself and my stream chat came up with a lot of banger jokes for that video. Like the fact that, fucking JFK wasn't... Or there were two shots because JFK shield-gated the first one. But the fact that the shots were so close together was because the motorcade was a hijack objective. So JFK's shields were really low at the time, so he had a really low shield gate duration. Who do I want to play? I've just kind of been staring at this screen. We'll play Grundle, sure. Does it come with his unique dodge? No. Unfortunately, any unique dodge or walk animations are not included in animation sets. Was wearing a hobbled dragon feet.
What I wouldn't give for...
I gotta stop watching because the AI told me what's happening in the stream. What does the AI summary say right now?
I gotta believe there'd be with you in
Cue this
5.
up. If you need, I might run it by you then, because I want to just like take like some historical documentary footage or like historical footage and just edit Cyto 9 into it. Is a selling point for me? Yeah, unfortunately, like that Wisp, Titania, those animations, that's all don't bring over the new or their like unique dodge rolls. Tried to put on brief respite. He didn't have time to even cast an ability. It's telling me to stop watching? Damn.
Oh,
I had somebody wants another Kella's event? True.
you know what? I've never brought Corvus into this. Let's see.
Also be in the video. I want to make that episode of Dark Warframe lore its own video. Honestly, I could do that for April Fool's Day. Just make those, like, Dark Warframe lore joke videos I talked about. What was the other one that I had in the pipe? There was another one. Hold on. I have a document on my Google Drive for this.
Something in the pipe. Bye.
Where is it? I think I just called it Dark Warframe lore. Hold on. Lore. Yeah, Obscure Warframe lore. That's what I titled the document. Okay, one of the things I have written in here is actually fucking unhinged. So I'm looking at this, right? We have Cyto9 killed JFK. Okay, Baruch beats his children. Okay. Mesa is a racist, and then just in parentheses, he's reaching. I don't entirely know what I was going for with that. Here's the bottom one in this document. Harrow is homophobic because he's Catholic, but he whips himself to atone for his sins because he likes being pegged. When did I write that down? I don't remember that one. That one's, we're leaving that one in the drafts. I don't think that one's gonna see the light of day, but the Cyto9 and Baruch ones probably will. Nitro, where the hell are you?
I'm just finding the last strain set. We're gonna bring Corvus into the fucking labs for the first time.
He's just like me. But I could do that as, like, instead of, for obvious and mundane stuff, I might do Dark Warframe lore, and then we could potentially still have my friends participate. But maybe, you know what? Here, some people that participated last time are here. Also, thank you for the 5, Robin. Harrow, just like me, for real. Whatever you say. Anyways, for those of you who participated last time, do you guys think it'd be fun to do another weird and obscure stuff parody, or do you guys want to just, like, do, like, make up lore about your own game? Because that could also be fun. Because people who play Warframe probably won't know the lore of a lot of the games that we talk about, so you can just make up whatever the fuck you want. Then again, that's less, like... It'd be harder for people to make because it's less factual and more, you know, comedy, which is much harder to write.
Yeah.
National Geographic about Venus. That video has been on the back burner for an eternity.
But those same defenses will see you as undesirable.
Oh, fuck the horse joke. Yo, I can remove the super chat. What the fuck?
You need all 4 key glyphs.
I might ask. I might actually stop over an IDAN server later because a bunch of the people in there were people that participated and asked them if they'd want to do more weird and obscure facts or make up lore about a video game and do that.
Only one way out of the
Real or fake Yu-Gi-Oh lore quiz?
It could be a quiz, that way we can, you know, farm engage.
With the Warframe market trades. I think the ideas I've got the best, like, stuff in the pipe for are definitely the Cyto9 killed JFK and, the Baruch beats his children. I think those are the 2 strongest ones by far. Meatball time. I'm canon and Devil May Cry lore. Damn, I never thought about it that way. Yeah, I'll have to post that, and I'll someone make sure I don't forget. Like, cause that if you'd be willing to just like ping me an IDAN server, just saying don't forget, so that when I end the stream and see that I have a ping, I'll remember what it's for. It would make more sense if he killed Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher was I'm pretty sure that was more of like an... Why am I unable to stop meleeing? Anyways, more of an Irish operation, I thought. But I'm gonna catch up a little bit. He can build combo from a distance while doing it. That's true. Daggett killed Thatcher then? Probably. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, Sad, but that joke came from Bayerot pointing out to me that one of Baruch's combos is called Father's Lesson. And so we've just realized from that point on that Baruch canonically beats his children. This is just true.
Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna bother with this fucking thing. I don't care enough. force my video into 720p. My bitrate is honestly probably bad enough that it doesn't matter because of the particles. I've thought about upgrading my GPU to like a 5000 series or a 4000 series for 81 encoding, but those are expensive. And I don't think I've mentioned this yet. My PC's been having an issue lately where it will just occasionally shut itself off. I don't know what's causing this, but my best guess is that looking at the event viewer, it's repeatedly giving me a log about my display driver having problems. So I'm thinking my GPU might be dying. If that happens, then it'll be more necessary, but I did finally order a kit to replace the thermal pads and whatnot on it, just to see if, or like help mitigate any thermal problems. But it's not overheating, and it's not a power draw issue as far as I can tell, because I've seen it happen even when my PC was totally idle. So PC homophobic? True. How's your next Exalted video doing? It's not. It's not in progress right now. I'm waiting till after Techrot Encore. Leave Divian, I'll eat you. Oh no, fucking lore. Without head? Damn, so no head? For real. Scrumptious. The changes hit Cool Kid really hard. Yeah, true. Did you know that there's no tutorial on getting the blueprints for stuff in the market anymore? Is there not? Because I thought that they added a pop-up, but it only appears once. Like, once you close the pop-up, it will never come back. We need hats? What? I don't understand. Of generational trauma? That's probably true. I can use other mods Exalted can't. Which ones in particular? And that'll be changing soon anyway, so... Steel chair melee? That would go kind of hard, actually. This is one of the changes, truly something. I'm going to have to remake a lot of the series, but I actually realized that there's a very good opportunity for me to fix a mistake that I made in the series, and that is I repeat myself all the time. Workouts for months. I'm reasonably certain those work on most other Exalteds. Galvanized Reflex for sure I know works on Iron Staff. And how it never comes back. Well, here's the thing, right? I feel like the pop-up should have been something you had like a timer before you could skip, honestly. On the protector changes. I did talk about it earlier, yeah. But I feel like it's there, but let's be real here. Most people who play video games are just gonna immediately skip it, even if it was on accident.
Yeah.
I feel like that wasn't quite the solution I would have wanted for it, but repeat yourself hundreds of times. I'll be honest with you, Zach, I learned that in the Overguard sequel video really, really hard. You have a good stream. Thanks for stopping by, Seb. Best of luck with whatever you're working on. But something that Eliu actually brought up when he was watching it, because Eliu's a member, and so they were watching it early, is also, I haven't checked out your recommendation yet, but I do still have it on my radar. But Elliot was like, I feel like you repeat yourself a lot, especially near the end. And I was like, this is actually intentional, because I expect people to, like, I want to make myself overwhelmingly clear about certain things, right? I learned that doesn't fucking matter. Like, people in the comments are still just going to not listen, and it's very frustrating. Like, something that I repeat in the video, I think 3 times, is that the point of my criticism of Overguard is not that I think that the game is too hard, but that I feel like it's killing off a play style. There's a point where I say that pretty much word for word directly. The amount of comments that were still telling me that I had a skill issue and that I should just deal more damage was actually incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, you're missing the point. You're missing the point so hard, and I tried to make it so overwhelmingly obvious, and it's not working. I feel like I've just learned that there are some things that, no matter how hard I try to get people to understand my argument, some people just aren't gonna do it, whether that be through willful ignorance or what have you. But Nightmare frame take, like, I feel like, because Nightmare even said in his reaction, funnily enough, he never noticed the Ancient Protector's existence because he doesn't play crowd control frames, which I thought was pretty funny, actually. But I'm losing my train of thought here, sorry. Just like the argument I made is very routinely misrepresented by people in the comments. And I want to make it clear, you're entirely allowed to disagree with me. Just if you're going to disagree with me, please argue against the things I actually said, or the points I'm actually making. Because I think, like, in fact, I actually want to say that overall I encourage people to disagree with me. I think that it's more productive when people with different viewpoints elaborate on their viewpoints. And I enjoy the conversation, generally speaking. There have been some really insightful and interesting comments left on videos I've made that are my opinion about things. There's also been a lot of comments that are honestly really fucking stupid, though. And I know that I probably sound like I'm egoing myself when I say that, and that's not the point. I don't think I'm a particularly good Warframe player, necessarily. But at the same time, I also feel like there are some people that have no fucking idea what they're talking about, or that don't understand what they're arguing against. Why can't I open it? Okay.
It was two FA.
You must be a wraith? Fair enough.
Albrecht didn't want anyone in here.
When you're so unfathomably base. Like, I feel like, in general, disagreeing with me is a fine thing, right? You can agree with all of my opinions, you can think they're all stupid. That's ultimately, you know, up to just whatever you think, but as long as you understand where I'm coming from, that's my goal. Also, welcome, Lars Magic. Thank you for stopping by. But like I said, if you're gonna argue against my points, that's totally fine. You can, like, when I make a video, right, my goal is not necessarily that I think that I'm right, so much as that I'm trying to substantiate why I think something. And other opinions to the contrary are totally fine if they're able to substantiate them. If you think I didn't
only Calforges this session, I want to point that out.
Yeah, and all ones I don't fucking want.
Yes.
But I feel like if you don't think I substantiated my argument, that's fine. But if you don't understand the argument I made in the first place, then I don't really feel like I don't understand why you're wasting your time, I guess, arguing against something I never said. Do not expect media literacy. You know, fair enough. If someone doesn't listen, tell them this timestamp. That's what it feels like sometimes. All Taos and no sex tape. Well, that was because of, we were completely sabotaged by Etch. That's why that never happened. Also, wasn't there a guy in your first vid saying it wasn't a problem because you managed to solo EDA as Limbo? Yes. And you know what's even funny about, or even funnier about that? Is the way I soloed that EDA as Limbo was by going for the minimum amount of range so I could put the fucking objective in the bubble and have nothing else in it. It was like the dumbest way I could have honestly figured it out.
And then smite.
Yeah, that too. It's annoying if I'm trying to make harder content. And I will say this, in regards to, if you don't mind overguard, that's totally fine. For me, it's a matter of, it depends on your playstyle. If you like playing crowd control Warframes, like Limbo, Vauban, that kind of thing, you're going to notice it way more than someone who likes to play more damage-oriented or even support-oriented Warframes. So, like, if it doesn't bother you that much, that's totally fine, because your playstyle might just not bump, you know, into the mechanic that much. But if you are someone, like, a lot of the sympathy, in terms of my opinion, or sympathy's not the right word, a lot of the people that agreed with my opinion were people that played those kinds of frames. Like, you know, I used to really enjoy Vauban or something like that, but now I just don't. Very hard as mag, yeah. There's another example, I guess. Also, thank you for the 10, Mr. Kill Jr. This is how I simplified your video. Feel free to crap on me if I'm missing about OG on enemies. A lazy code of difficulty that kills CC if overused. Overguard on players, kill support and survivability options. I will say this. Overguard on players is not something I talk about that much, and that's on purpose. I never argue in favor of or against the existence of overguard on players. The first video, I do not mention it at all, and in the second video, I only mention it in relation to how Fortifier works, because it's a counter to Overguard. So in regards to anything about player-wielded Overguard, not necessarily. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that Overguard serves a purpose. Like, it was implemented for a reason, right? But it's now being implemented in places where it's not solving the problem it was built to solve. It's just there as a cheap difficulty increase. A lot of the frames that are already really good won't even notice it, because they'll just burn it down. A lot of frames that are already not that good are going to struggle, because one of the only things they have to work with is being taken from them. So I don't necessarily think that you're wrong, so much as that I kind of want to clarify, I guess, my opinion on that. And there's also something that a lot of people brought up, because I know... Also, we talked about the Ancient Protector a bit ago. This is more about the Overguard video that I released a couple weeks ago now. But several people also brought up, like, one of the comments that bothered me the most in terms of how condescending it was someone said, like, God forbid anything in this game be challenging. And Overguard is not real difficulty. I talk about this in the first video, and I think that's why a lot of people brought this kind of thing up, because they didn't see the first video. But Overguard is artificial difficulty. I had a segment in that video about fair versus unfair difficulty, and I think even like in Warframe, for example, the fragmented bosses are fair difficulty. They have mechanics that are telegraphed and that you can react to, but they hit really hard, so you want to dodge that shit, especially when you're fighting the fragmented one. Overguard just isn't fair difficulty. It just removes options from you with no counterplay. But even beyond that, right, like I said, it hurts Warframes that are already not doing well, and buffs is kind of not buff so much as is ignorable by frames that are already strong.
Negligible, yeah.
It still wouldn't be used. I will say this, and in terms of my opinion on player-wielded Overguard, I feel like whether or not you will like or hate it more depends on how often you play with other people. Because if you have like a Dante on your team and you like playing Citrine or something, you're not going to really see as much use out of your kit. But I think if you play solo, it's a lot different, which is why I didn't talk about it that much. Because I play solo a lot, and for me, my opinion on player-based Overguard is that I don't really care, because I completely, like, I always will opt into whether or not I'm using it. It's never not my choice. Just artificial difficulty, I guess you could see it that way. The Elite/Apex bosses. I think that there's, like, Apex bosses I actually agree with, but I also think that, like, Eidolons and stuff do have mechanical challenge to them as well. There aren't that many, but there are some. Also, is the Cephalos any good? Not really, but I still enjoy using it.
The sound alone is why I use it, because, like, it sounds fucking powerful, but it really isn't in most cases.
I mean, I'm aware that Strun Prime is really strong, but I mean, there's plenty of things I can use otherwise. I think I have Strun Prime on my Zaku loadout. Is this the last Vault Charge? Yes, I believe it is. Picks out all the CC options and funnels you into bulk damage builds. I think that the main argument I've seen that Overguard is actually making the game easier that I do agree with is that if you're using Enervate on an AoE or beam weapon, you basically can't die at this point. Also, congrats, Kazette. But you basically can't die if you're abusing those strategies, because Overguard is so prevalent now. Also, I love Mecha Citrine. This shit is so fucking stupid. The Mecha set in general is so underrated.
Ah, now you're using Cephalos, hell yeah.
Kuva Kella's base. From the player base. Yeah, let's be real here, though. Like, I will say this. The player base overreacts to a lot of changes.
Yeah, that's what most games it seems nowadays.
The Coda shotgun's going to work. I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to the Coda weapons, I'm overall excited, but I'm disappointed that their quote-unquote pizza cutter one isn't an assault saw. Like, what a missed opportunity to give us another assault saw. I will say, when it comes to, like, weapon categories that are underrepresented in general, has anyone else thought about how it's been almost 2 years since we got our first and currently last dual Nakana? Duviri was almost 2 years ago. It's also been over 2 years now, I think, or almost 2 years, since we got our last, Heavy Scythe. There's only 2 of them. It's been a long-ass time since we got the ghoul saw. It's like, damn. I wish we'd see these get more representation. Inflated. Yeah, I actually completely agree with you on that. Most of the reactions to nerfs have been ridiculously overinflated. And I feel like whether or not certain things are a nerf or a buff overall, kit still remains to be seen for a lot of Warframes. I hate everything you do ever. You know, that is kind of how some people are, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm not in the radius of my rock anymore. Chlorophyll, my beloved. This thing is so stupid. I love it, but goddamn.
Good, honestly, is how it goes.
Huh?
Like, infinite punch through and shit is fun, but like, it's not great still, isn't it?
Chlorophyll is unironically, in my opinion, the best gunblade in the entire game, and it's not even a gunblade.
Oh, sorry.
No, Stephalos isn't amazing, but Chlorophyll is. We're dual swords? Nope, they are an entirely new weapon category, and we've never gotten another one. Gonna add Overguard to Conclave? Probably not, because they're just keeping it on life support for the 5 people that play it. I have to buff its numbers. Yeah, hopefully whenever Gyre Prime releases, and what? I think that would be next year, actually. I think Gyre Prime is on pace to release next year. That they give Gyre something cool in terms of like an Alternox buff I've ever seen, and I'm sold. Here's the secret. The reason Chlorophyll is so broken is because it uses Condition Overload multiplicatively. So if you're using it, especially on Citrine, it is ridiculously good. It's funny because I was hoping they would do the same thing for Kome, because it just makes logical sense that a Sidus Prime or Warframe would have weapons that do that. But no, neither of Kome's weapons do that, and have really bad base damage. So, you know, because of the existence of Aminata Pressure and Higasa Serration, Condition Overload isn't even good on either of those weapons.
I need to get Citrine. Someday it'll happen.
Kill level 2k enemies with Ultimox uses Galvanized Aptitude multi-shot, or multiplicatively. That's actually kind of surprising that he was able to pull that off. Because with how bad its like damage and like lack of headshot multiplier and stuff is, I'm surprised you'd be able to pull something like that off.
What weapon?
If I did not use melee and bullet jumps, damn, that's a pretty specific set of restrictions, to be honest.
What weapon did you get up to? What
Alternox, the Gyre gun. Weren't we supposed to get changes to Wise Razor? They said that they're working on it, but we've heard nothing about it since. If DE messes with the Order again. Considering how much they fucked with the Order with Sevagoth, Zaku, and Lavos, I'm not going to hold my breath. They're actually going to adhere to it this time.
I was honestly really expecting Lavos to just get fucking like Order broken again, and for you to fucking like lose it.
I would have tweaked the fuck out if they skipped Lavos a second time.
It would have been extremely funny, but extremely sad at the same time.
Does not work with third-person parkour. I actually agree with you on that. Like, Warframe's movement, the worst part is not only is it, like, does it make Conclave struggle to be fun, but they also nerf the shit out of your movement to try and compensate, so it still just feels bad. If you overlook all the bad parts, real. Yeah, I can show this if people want to see. Motherfucker! All blues. Oops, all blue shards. Not a single red, and it's blue shard week.
Wait, my favorite blue bitches love blue.
Epic AoEs in many angles that hit, I can't see Cenobios, but more intentional. I actually think that, like, we do have some stuff like that in the tank boss fight, but I actually agree. It's a cool way to balance things. Several of the fragmented attacks are also like that, too. But, like, with the tank, you have the acid in the first phase, and then the towers in the second phase, that also do kind of punish you for, like, standing in the wrong spot. Especially in the Apex version, because they nullify you, which is horrible.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to the tank yet. I think you'll appreciate that element of it once you get around to doing it. Okay, well, I've done everything for this area, so I guess we go to the Orbiter, and we, I just fall like a rock. Do the Archon hunt. Also, PSA for you all, it is Umbral Forma week at Teshin, so make sure to go grab that. Switch to Garuda for a second, please. What, are you edging yourself, Bayrot? You fucking sicko. I think I started, or forgot to start crafting it. Yeah, I did. are the best, but blue is just as good. I don't look at... Okay, this is why I'm ranting. This is why I'm bitching. Look at this. I do not need more blues or yellows right now. You might say, well, Cookie, you have 20-odd reds. This is true, but I go through reds like fucking crazy. Yellows and blues, I don't need more of these. Making it feel difficult to survive. Yeah, so the nullifying spray in the first phase, as far as I'm aware, basically 1/4 of the map won't be covered and the rest will be. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's kind of bullshit. My strategy when I did the Apex tank was to armor strip it, break the nodes, shoot it with the rocket launcher, which when armor stripped will instantly go through that part of the boss fight, drop the rocket launcher in a place I know I can recover it, break the nodes again, and then go pick up the same rocket launcher and, you know, insta-kill it as fast as possible. I just tried to get through that phase as quickly as I could when I got my accolade glyphs, because I didn't want to deal with it. All I can think of. I don't, because Roar does boost your ability damage, so that might be the only one that I would know. Save me from the literal Scaldra. Dude, that video's so fucking funny. I quote it all the time, just the save me Donald Trump. Like, we were playing Helldivers, and it was like, save me democracy, when fucking people would get into bad situations. God, that video's so fucking funny. It is Sabotage, Interception, and Hunt Showdown. Oh, right, I forgot. It is new round of Nightweight. Complete 3 sorties. I don't like Sortie Expert. I don't like this challenge because it's one of the only ones that you can't do in one day.
That's all we have time for.
Creepypasta owie glyph. You know, I've never thought of it that way, but that is what it feels like. Nitro, accept my invite. Bitch.
So I got invited to a dojo and just got 500 platinum from Dr. Real.
What? God damn it. They're soliciting.
It's a really cool fucking dojo as well. It's cool, pristine and everything.
Dr. Real is derailing my stream. Bribery? Yeah, probably. Not just being paid to be like an agent and spy on me.
I just imagine this like, yeah, I'll fucking sign this guy and I don't fucking tell him that I'm blind.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bayrod. I'm reasonably certain it is all real. Okay, we're gonna go on a bit of a side tangent here. Join the Grattler Gang clan. I actually been meaning to form an alliance with Grattler Gang because Chris wanted to, but okay, here's a tangent. Is anyone here familiar with a concept known as a sovereign citizen? I don't know if this is a thing throughout the rest of the world, but it is a thing in America. So if you hear weird mouth noises, I'm taking a drink. Sorry if that's coming through my microphone. So, sovereign citizens are a pretty American thing. And I'm gonna be honest with you all. This shit is actually fucking crazy. Like, I cannot encapsulate how nuts it is just by myself. I would recommend, I think Wendigoon has a video about it that you can probably watch.
Yeah, I saw my mom, so she fucking loves that, apparently.
So, here's what a sovereign citizen is. There are people that think that if you want to, you can renounce your US citizenship and remain in the country and just not have to follow any laws because you're not a US citizen because you said you aren't. And the reasoning that they believe that is because something in the Constitution, or it's the Constitution or the Bill of Rights or some adjacent document. But that says that, like, governments exist because under the consent of the governed in a democracy, right? So these people are like, oh, well, I can just, I can just revoke my consent to be governed, and then I'm no longer affected by the government. So these people... These people will do things like, drive without a driver's license or something, and then when they get pulled over and the police try and, ask for it, they'll play these semantic games like, oh, I'm not driving, officer, I'm traveling. And that's the kind of shit that they pull. It's ridiculous. Another one that I think is hilarious is that, according to sovereign citizens, all US citizens, because of... This is so fucking stupid. So basically, because of the way your birth certificate is worded, you are actually legally considered a naval vessel. I'm not joking, they actually think this. And because of that, they believe that the government essentially, like, whenever you're born, takes out, like, they see you as an asset and they take out money against that asset. So your name actually has the ability to link you to your secret government bank account from all the money that the government took out against you because you're a boat. So because of that, you can actually pay your bills by accessing this secret bank account. These people, as you might expect, get arrested for this a lot too, because no, you cannot just write accepted for value on a bill and then hand it over and the government will pay for it. That's not how it works.
Fun fact though, there is some merit to the no license and traveling thing. Yes, you can travel anywhere you go in America. That basically means states can't set up like fucking borders to like stop you from going anywhere you want, like walking or whatever. And yes, you can drive without a license, but not on public roads unless they say otherwise. And that's the worst part, is they're technically correct, but in the wrong fucking way.
You mean your social security? Kind of. It's not, the explanation they have for it is a lot more needlessly complex than that.
Purposefully so, yes. You also can't write your name a certain way, otherwise that fucking invalidates everything and links you to the government permanently or some shit, I want to say.
I think that's another one of their beliefs, too, is that you have to write your name a certain way.
Otherwise, you to acknowledge that the fucking certificate is you are real or some other fucking bullshit.
Yeah, they do a lot of semantics. That's really the entire point of being a sovereign citizen, is it's a lot of semantic games to try and weasel their way out of things. They're like, oh, I'm not a U.S. citizen anymore because I renounced my citizenship. You know, honestly, we should just start deporting sovereign citizens. That would be funny. You know what's also funny about that? If you wanted to renounce your citizenship to the U.S., it actually costs you a shit ton of money. With Tesla security? No. By the way, thank you. I think my Citrine's one of my better looks. The entire joke is that I wanted her to look like crystal meth, and then I just built the other colors around the crystal meth. But yeah, become an ungovernable boat. This is true. Okay. People who know who I'm talking about are going to judge me very harshly for knowing who this is. There, back in the day, was a video by Mr. Medicare about sovereign citizens that is actually fucking hilarious. It is mostly footage of them getting arrested and having their windows broken, because that's just how they are. But you can judge me very harshly for having watched Mr. Medicare's videos in the past. But goddamn, that video was fucking funny. If you write your signature backwards, the government pays taxes to you. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually think that, I'm not gonna lie.
Choose your pride and follow me.
Be careful, we take that serious around here. True, yeah, you are a ship, not a boat. That is true. You have to be careful about your wording, or the government will legally be allowed to kill you.
On the bright side, you can swim into international waters, but do you have to pay boat tax then?
I wonder if, like, have they ever even actually acknowledged that? Because you do have to pay, like... Wait, is that... Maybe that's part of it. Technically, if you own a boat, you have to create a financial entity for that boat. I wonder if they, like, that's how they get their money, is they access the financial entity tied to the boat that is themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense.
That's so dumb. When I put it that way, it sounds like it makes sense, but I know it still doesn't.
This is how people fall for this shit, because it sounds legit if you don't know anything about it.
It sounds legit if you're a fucking idiot, maybe.
Which, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of
are still valid laws that are using to justify their... Oh, yeah, right, like they revoke modern laws and go back to the Articles of Confederation. Right, I forgot about that. Be interpreted about being a ship. I know in Mr. Medicare's video he did about it back in the day, he showed a video of one of the guys explaining it, and it was really fucking stupid. I believe it was like, the way that they had said it was like the birth canal is considered like a naval passage, like the Panama Canal is. I'm not kidding, this was their argument for it. If memory serves, it was that the birth canal is like a naval canal, and because of word magic, you are legally considered a boat. I'm serious.
That's such fucking weird.
This shit is so fucking funny. Is an AO3 ship real? I will say this, like when I bring up the sovereign citizen thing, sovereign citizens are, I'm pretty sure, a fairly unique to America thing. They are very rare. Like, I have never encountered one in real life, and I don't think I ever will.
Sovereign citizen, apparently. That's why she loves that shit, apparently.
That's fucking crazy. Like, they're very rare. There are people in America that are incredibly stupid. I would know. I've been here my entire life. And I'm one of them, realistically. But I'm not that fucking stupid. Explain your answer, deadass. Do I get to pick the kind of boat? I don't think it's ever specified. Who up sailing they birth canal? Her birth canal is considered a port. Try to use the Articles of Confederation. Yeah, fair enough.
It's fucking like docking rights if you want to have.
My dad is one. I'm sorry, Concrete Doggo. Also, that's a good point, Nitro. Does straight sex require docking permissions?
Oh hell yeah, now I can pole dance.
Would this mean that your penis is legally considered a naval vessel as well? Well, I guess. You know, this will be a thing we'll have to discuss some other
time.
time.
The vessel, the fucking ass is the port.
God damn. For day one of Tech Rod Encore, I'm probably gonna stream it. I took the day off of work. It would be a submarine. True. Ultra Kill update released. I played through most of it. Was an unauthorized maritime arrival? Go fucking figure that would happen in Australia.
Hey.
It's a refueling probe? Damn, maybe. Why wouldn't a single potty part? Okay, here's the question. Is my penis also a ship, as in like a distinct ship? Or is it part of the me that is a ship, so it's like a 120 gun or something like that? You'd think mass, but that doesn't work. I'm thinking it's like a cannon. That would be my guess. It's a lifeboat. I guess you could see it that way. Or it's yeah, Walk the Plank just has a whole new meeting now. Killed by the end of day one. That's ambitious. I'm gonna try and like get through as much of the update. Like, I want to pace myself to not burn myself out super fast, but I want to get my hands on all the new weapons pretty quickly and work through the process of leveling them up. Mr. 120 gun over here. That is yourself. I need to find it. Like, I need to rewatch the Wendigoon and Medic or Sovereign Citizen videos to study up on these things again.
Hell yeah.
It's such a fucking crazy phenomenon, though. I think it's hilarious, but it's fucking nuts. Did I ever tell you that? I don't think so. Most normal Turkish education experience. Are you going for it first? Honestly, I don't know yet.
Do you remember, Natal?
I'm trying to make a swab the poop deck joke, but I can't make it work. Grim.
You gotta learn how to work the... Not mind.
He has the mark. Get him! The mark of the... Okay, we're good. I shot my sister with it too. Based. Forget about it for like a year. Grim. Nitro, if you would be able to just hang out at B, because they're going to actively try and retake it, because they normally try and retake the objectives in the order you captured them. So if you just stay there with Gloom to slow them down, this shouldn't be that bad.
Beginning stream decode now.
The gay mark? Yeah, true. Goes outside the US. I'll have to watch it then, because I've never heard of them outside the US. It always feels like a very almost like American-centric idea, especially with all of their talk about, like, you know, the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution and all that shit. That reminds me of this one video of, like, this woman who's filming a guy in some other country. She's like, I'm exercising my First Amendment rights, and the guy's like, you think you're in America, bitch? And punches her in the face. And it's like, that was still probably illegal wherever he's from to, you know, punch them. But at the same time, some Americans think that their rights are just, like, extend to everywhere. Like, I remember, there's a Russian YouTuber named No Fuckers, if anyone remembers him. He used to be, like, a montage parody channel, then he was a commentary channel, and then he made, like, documentaries about Russia. And he had a bunch of people criticizing him when the Ukraine war started for not criticizing the government. And No Fuckers in a video was like, you guys don't understand. Like, Americans don't get it. The rest of the world is not like America. I can't say anything. I will go to jail.
Yeah.
Also, I have seen the Citrine Miku skin.
What?
There's a Citrine skin on the workshop for Tennogen that looks like Hatsune Miku.
Oh, neat.
It's misquoted lines of the Magna Carta. That makes sense. Americans, truly.
In all seriousness, I genuinely wish it was that easy to just like renounce your citizens and not have to like obey the laws and like as long as you know don't get any like the fucking services, you don't get any like the fucking other shit.
I mean,
like,
if you just were like, yeah, I renounced my citizenship, they'd probably just throw you out of the fucking country if it was that easy.
Renouncing citizenship or whatever the fuck, you know, just being able to say, you know, I don't want to engage with the government. Let me just fucking sit around here in my land that I own. Because I guess technically it's still part of the government, but you know what I fucking mean. I wish it was that easy nowadays. Red Dead 2 had a point.
We don't need more Miku. You know, I guess that's your own opinion. I'm gonna be honest. When they said that they were going to be having the Tennogen debut of a Warframe, I really hoped it was gonna be Daggett. There is a really cool Daggett skin on the workshop I really wanted. The Veruna one's still cool. I'm still excited for it, but I really wanted it to be Daggett.
You know what I really still want? I still want that fucking with the Gyro one. I know it probably doesn't fit with the theme of this game, but like, god.
It will never be a Tennogen skin, purely because it changes the model too much, but it was still a really cool deluxe concept.
It is insane. I would play Gyro so much fucking more if that was actually fucking looked like unreal.
I'm legally a boat. Well, that's the thing. You're legally a boat regardless of if you announce your citizenship. You have to renounce your citizenship to take advantage of the fact that you're a boat. We'll have a good skin. I mean, I think her Void Shell is decent, but want the Entrati Gara so extremely badly.
It look weird, which is something I don't really pay attention to, but not it makes it more apparent, like, you know, I had to ignore, I guess is what I'm saying.
Got a bunch of cops, tried to evict him. That's kind of based, but also what the fuck?
He fucking butted a bunch of cops.
I'll just read this verbatim. A while back, a German guy who won a beauty competition declared his property to be part of the state of instead of Germany and shot at a bunch of cops who tried to evict him.
Like the fucking Dagoth place? Like from the...
Yeah, Dagoth fucking pulled up. Aren't not getting any more Void Shells. I think they're just kind of on hiatus, but yeah, it does suck, honestly.
Honestly, yeah.
Proteon Mesa. Personally, I still wish more of the original 8 would get proto frames. Like, I would like Ember to get one, Ash to get one, Loki to get one. I think it'd be cool if more of the original 8, you know, got proto frames. But personally, I don't have like any super strong opinions about it.
Coward before him.
It's more fashion form. I think Colorbo doesn't actually even have any workshop entries.
Damn.
Which is unfortunate. Yeah, I'm going to put my crystal over at B if you want to make sure they don't take it back. Just because, like I said, they're going to automatically work their way to it. Being Femme Ash. I mean, that could be fun to have female Ash and male Ember as a reference to their original concept art.
Okay, unironically, if they still want to do like the gender thing, that could be a way to do it. It's like a fucking skin you can pick, but I don't know. Or like an auxiliary that just gives Warframe. Oh god, no, never. That's not better in my head.
Most normal Nitro statement. Who the fuck? Oh, okay. I heard sentience and I was like, do not enter my zip code.
He's over by me. You just fucking just go beam Corvus. I'll get him up.
Yeah, there's one down here. I always forget about this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry for everyone who just saw that. My mouse, I think, got a piece of dog hair stuck in it for a split second and the sensor started spinning the fuck out.
Hell yeah. That happens to me sometimes. Usually when my battery's low, I can just pick the mouse up and put it down back in and just spaz it out.
Make the proto skin just due to VA. I honestly feel like when it comes to... Here's my thing with the protos as well. I don't want there to be too many, personally. Because I feel like if there's too many of them, it's going to kind of like make it less interesting. But I think that entirely depends on how it's handled. I think like part of the intrigue of the proto frames is who is a proto frame and why. Can you astral project yourself as a fish again? I'm pretty sure that bug does still exist. They're not going to be financially viable. I think it kind of depends. Because, like, with the existing proto frames, right? Like, Trinity and Nyx got reworked. Oh, geez. I was not paying enough attention there. Nitro, you're going to have to come get me. Ow.
I have 3 minutes, don't worry.
But... don't make a Lavos proto frame. I feel like with... and now there's more than 6. I mean, they're not part of the original Hex is the thing. The 4 that are showing up are like a splinter.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get a new name. The Hex, they're gonna have to fucking like... what? It's like gonna be like 8 now. What the
they are now... they will be... we'll have the other 4 will become the Quad. That's just what they'll be called.
Hex Squad.
The quad squad. No fucking way.
Holy shit.
Could you die? There we go. This is falling apart fairly quickly.
Yeah, because I've got the terminals down there.
Unique from the anime gacha games thing. I just feel like for me, it's like I feel like part of the intrigue of the proto frames is like which frame gets protoed, why their original like human self got turned into one, stuff like that. I feel like if you make too many, it'll probably be kind of rough. And I also feel like as well, the financial viability thing, I feel like is one of those things that while it's probably a factor, I think people take it too seriously in terms of like, well, they wouldn't do that because it's not financially viable. Like, Frost got a proto skin. He got reworked not too long ago, but I don't think he's a super popular Warframe.
He did get the, what's it, fucking, not Primogen, fucking, what's the one that's exclusive now?
Oh, well, he got one of those skins way back in the day, the heirloom skin, because it was him and Mag for a particular reason that I don't remember. But, oh, I think it's because they were the first two primes. That was why. The first two primes that weren't Excalibur.
Oh, yeah.
But with, like, looking at sort of existing skins, I don't feel like financial viability is as big of a deal as people act like it is. Like, look at Void Shells, for example, right? We got Void Shells for characters like Limbo. I don't think anyone's playing them. And if you also look, right, if it was purely financial viability, if you look at the player charts, we should have gotten skins for Revenant and Wukong by now, for Geminis, but we haven't. They have lore, which is being added to the story. That's also, yeah, part of it as well. On the mango painting. Honestly, Nova, I do feel like Kaya does look like she'd probably be part of Just Stop Oil. That's fair. Not a time limited this time. I honestly wish they would bring back the others. But as far as I'm aware, due to Canadian exclusivity laws, they can't bring the Heirloom Collection back. And I'm going to be honest, I think that them making something like that was unbelievably dumb. Like, for the 10-year anniversary of Warframe, we're going to repeat the biggest mistake we ever made. Excalibur Prime haunts this game in terms of being a thing you can never get again, and they turned around and did the same fucking thing. Why?
With potentially even more shit locked behind it, because the only sickness in the game, some of these people will ask for the longest time, you can't get anymore. Do you want the hail? Tough fucking luck, I guess.
Just a straight up monkey, like not even a smart one, just a monkey. That could go hard. A few more Umbra frames. I personally think Umbra should be the only Umbra, because I think his story being unique to him is kind of valuable. Like the fact that, you know, he betrayed Valis, or was about to, because he figured out he was working with Hunhow and got turned into Umbra. I feel like he should, like, to me, I think he should be the only one. The Founder program, too. That doesn't surprise me, honestly. I think it's now the boss. Yeah. Time to bring out Oberon. I want Zaku skins. Fair enough. Umbra Joe? Real? With the light rework. I was actually surprised that Ash was getting a light rework and wasn't one of the proto frames, but it's funny. I see people that are sometimes like, when are we getting a rework for, you know, X Warframe that doesn't need a rework? Like, one I see weirdly often is, when are we getting a rework for Saren? Like, what? Why the fuck do you need a Saren rework? What's wrong with her? I don't know. Another one's like a Mesa rework. Like, does Mesa really need a rework? I don't feel like she does. She's kind of a cooldown simulator, sure, but how long will you be streaming? I think once I finish this, I'll do my whole Vania objectives, and then it'll probably be that. So probably like another hour-ish.
Nothing for the twisted servant that carries him.
And then I think I'm probably going to go back to working on making summons overpowered after the stream, and I might also record a thing for members that I've been meaning to work on. Nitro, you and that stupid fucking bike.
Look, I got a down payment on it. I gotta use it.
I swear to fucking God. Them keeping this feature was actually bad for the game, purely because Nitro keeps doing shit like this, and now if he dies, I'm not going to be able to revive him.
There's no enemies near me, I'm fine.
I don't...
I'm still a goth, babe. I'll be alright.
Yeah, I don't trust you. On my break, welcome, Phoenix. Hope that your shift is going well.
Oriel is here. Strike fast, use cover, and do not let him heal.
Just ate soup, holy shit. I like how the animations for this are still desynced. Like, if people haven't noticed, the final one is still desynced. For buff. Yeah, that's actually completely true. I actually agree with that. A lot of people do see the word rework like buff, and they just want their character to get buffed. Like, I don't think Excalibur needs a rework. I think he deserves a few key buffs, but I don't think he needs a rework.
Rework? No, buffs you could do with some.
This gate only opens to Narmer prayers. Tear the veils from deacons and use those.
To look at next? Who do you think they'll look at next? So we know for sure that Limbo is getting looked at. Megan said at the end of one of the dev shorts that Limbo will be getting something this year. I also feel like because of the amount of community discourse around him, Oberon is also fairly likely to get something as well. They did say on on the dev shorts, there is nothing in the works currently for Chroma, for Equinox, or for Valkyr. Shockingly, shockingly, all three of them apparently are not currently in the works for a rework. But Limbo, we know for sure, is in the pipe for something, and I think there's a good chance Oberon is too. The thing is, though, Megan actually agreed that Valkyr needed a rework, so it seems like the developers are aware that certain frames deserve some attention. They're just not currently the one that's, you know, on the docket for that. Meant giving love to Limbo, sex scene soon? Holy shit.
Hey, babe, can you use your something that's like shadow form to pick up items as well, like you can do with
No, I don't believe so.
That would be great.
Also,
if you could carry 3 things at once.
I think that Chroma deserves a full-on rework, personally. I think that his elemental gimmick isn't impactful enough, and his Vex armor is kind of, like, power creeped by a lot of other abilities, especially Mirage, but I think that both, like, of the three that I mentioned, I think Oberon deserves a retouch. I don't think he needs a full-on rework. There's a lot of weird things in his kit that could be changed. I think that Chroma and Equinox deserve full-on reworks, in my opinion, though.
Equinox is arguably just bad.
Equinox is actually not a terrible Warframe. She's just really one note, and I think that what she's good at is done better by other Warframes.
Yeah.
He blames both your people and ours for what was done to him. Pazur provides him with easy targets for that vengeful spite.
As well as coordinating with the team. That would be kind of interesting, but also probably really unfun for the person carrying the thing. Being enacted was unfortunate, do you agree? Okay, so here's the funny thing. Here in Iowa, we actually borderline legalized child labor a few months ago. Has anyone here heard of this? I think you're legally allowed to work. Like, we upped the amount of hours you're allowed to work if you're, like, 14, and we upped the amount of jobs you're able to work if you're, like, 14. Pardon?
Bad, but some of the shit that they allowed to work, holy fuck, that's pretty bad.
Bringing back child labor, baby. Let's fucking go.
Like, more hours, like, that's fine, because, like, if you want to make money, you don't care about working that bad, at least if you're like me, so...
I think if you're a 14-year-old who's in, you know, like, early junior high school, you probably shouldn't have your boss be able to increase your work week to 30 hours.
That's about what I do, honestly.
Yeah, you're not in school, and you're also an adult.
Yeah.
Work at 14? Yes. I live in Nebraska? Okay, your state's no better than mine. I've lived in Nebraska, too. They're basically the same fucking place, honestly. The Midwest is all just the same place.
Yeah.
Once you've seen one Midwestern state, you've seen, like, 6. He was just waiting to fucking knock my ass over there.
Yeah. Oh, Christ, he reactor ballooned. Oh, no!
Let me in. Oh, it didn't transform. Him sitting up here is just making this harder for no reason, because he keeps pushing you away if you try and get close to him. Kind of common outside Europe. I think, like, a lot of people...
There's a lot more relaxed in Europe, it seems.
Like, a lot... Yeah, look at this shit. I'm trying to get close to these guys, and I fucking can't. But, like, working at a relatively young age isn't a super uncommon thing in the US, too, but there were very specific restrictions around it. This motherfucker! Him camping up here is making him borderline impossible to kick out of his fucking healing move. I hate you. Could you die already? Oh my god. You fuck! This is why I hate this boss, genuinely. He's just camping up here using every stall move he has access to. It's like I'm playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. You're supposed to shoot the triangle attack? Yeah, the corners have been bugged and haven't spawned in anymore. Like, shooting the corners, they used to be glowing red to make it clear that's what you were supposed to do, but it's bugged now, so you can't see them, which is kind of funny, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Good to know.
With the geometry. The fact that he's camping up there is what annoys me. Like, get the fuck down from there. By Shivering Child, thanks for stopping by, Allie. This stream won't be going on for too much longer anyways, considering I gotta do the whole Vania weekly stuff, and then that's probably just gonna be that. What's in the first challenge is kill 200 tech rot with abilities. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like these challenges that much. They're really boring if you ask me. It's a lot of just like, okay, kill enemy with abilities. Now kill enemy, but with whatever you want. Now kill other enemy with abilities. It's like, damn, bro. Can I do something else? And then you get feed the beast, and it's, or starve the beast, and it's like, can I go back to killing things? I don't know. I just think it's fucking boring. White woman spotted. Pitbull go. There's an aura forma this week? Yeah, which will be turned into an Omni forma next week. Or in the next couple weeks, rather.
Let me,
AKA play Zaku? Yeah, genuinely. Hell scrub survival time? Pretty much. Would you smash? None of them. Naira heals from 1/3 to full health. Yeah, what's bullshit about that is it's her stupid fucking Phase Moa that she can spawn. The Phase Moa can heal her, and it goes into its heal ability immediately after spawning. And it has a ton of damage reduction while it's trying to heal.
Oh shit, I need to add a bit more armor to get my fucking Soma's punch through actually working. Let's see, fuck.
You'll just need to pick someone who relies on ability kills, dear. Because we should have the same challenges.
Right, ability kills then. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
You could just take Excalibur.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know what? Reliable.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin?
Impale it with Nezha as soon as it spawns. Yeah, makes sense. And blast 2 rooms.
Wait
What
a
if I
minute,
just told you that I don't like Equinox?
Hey, the fucking... What? Is this intentional?
Huh?
Do you have a helmet, right? Like your helmet charger?
Yeah, what about it?
Look at upgrade the claws in the top left. It's the unique trait. It's got an icon thing. It's like a picture on there.
I mean, they did add that a while back for unique
I
traits.
knew it was like a symbol, but I didn't know it was like the old fucking picture of Byte or whatever the fuck.
I wonder, because I remember this one does have something unique to it.
It's got like a fucking red tinted JPEG on the top left. Like what the fuck?
Weird.
Huh.
And or obscure, baby. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah! Exclusive sneak peek into the next one, and weird and obscure facts coming tomorrow. No.
When you call him deer, he's clearly a horse. Because Nitro's stupid. He doesn't ever notice. I'm going to get into a collision.
I'm a horse, but like I meow for him because he doesn't want to. So
Shut the fuck up. The Dorma Zone. I wish. I really do hope that they do. Something I think would be cool is if they just added like a hangar segment that you could just go to your orbiter from. I forgot Nitro has this game on his hard drive, so it's going to take him 40 years to load into this mission.
The cache, so this is a long time. Dun, 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 dun.
Just fucking move the game to your SSD, I swear to God.
Okay, I am unironically gonna do DCS this weekend though, so...
I'm gonna beat you with a fucking hammer. Nitro's SSD is basically only for the game DCS. He just refuses to put anything else on it, and we're always waiting on him to load into video games.
DCS currently I think is a 200-something gigabytes, potentially even more since I haven't updated it in like a month or two. But you need it on SSD, otherwise it takes me normally 10-15 minutes to fucking load the game into like the mission, like a basic mission, you know, and that's not even considering loading the map. That's just into the fucking mission. So
Why don't you just buy another SSD to put other things on then? They're fairly cheap.
At the time, they were so expensive, and I did not know they were inexpensive now. So I just always assumed that, oh, they're fucking super expensive, I'll just deal with it, it's not that bad.
My GPU is gonna cry out.
I grew up with it 10 minutes to turn on, so I'm used to waiting with that, but it just sucks for games like that. Wait on units,
Our parents are fighting on stream, guys. I mean, I think one of the benefits of being gay is that you don't have to deal with children.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing? I think it's probably just them messing up and leaving it there. Don't want Amazon now. Yeah, this one I'm just gonna have to send Nitro an SSD so he can actually put stuff on it.
I'll fucking buy an SSD with a platinum
You
doctor.
don't need to buy an STD. I could get you one for free. Real?
I love SDTV. I mean, the dogs love it. Apparently that's what they fucking listen to whenever we're gone. So I guess
It's just like a radio channel?
no, they just Mom just leaves the fucking TV on like the fucking HGTV channel whenever we're gone, and apparently that keeps them like show or something. I don't know.
They go hollow.
I guess maybe it decentralizes them or fucking conditions them to the fucking doorbell not being real.
Can proto frames get pregnant?
Doorbell.
I mean, maybe. Eleanor has a line about it.
Hell scrubbers are
I haven't been
starting to
killing my
emerge.
liabilities. I'm stupid.
Yeah, gotta hand it to the little guy. He knows how to talk to the appliance.
Oh, I'm not even gonna try to read that out because it's hurting my brain to read. The camp has full orbiter functionality. The camp did come first, but the orbiter functionality is because it uses the orbiter, right?
Yeah, my brother replaced the orbiter is in the camp.
Like, it's just there, which made it easier
Just the
for them.
orbiter plus the camp. It's basically just orbiter plus.
There was an old dev stream where Carrie said that he didn't want to model all of the machines again, which is why the orbiter wasn't, or why the Dormizone wasn't, you know, like a base of operations. But now with the backroom, I wonder if they're just going to go back on that at any point.
I think kind of neat.
My automator is just not working there. Well, DCS is a flight simulator game.
It's a combat flight simulator game, which it's like War Thunder if it was a super real. That's not a really bad analogy, but it's like a super realistic combat flight simulator with modern shit. With its gimmick being, you know, every button in the cockpit is supposed to be clickable with like shit like that. So it's that level of a modern combat.
DCS is like War Thunder if they actually listened when people gave them leaked documents.
Yeah, except they still, the still fucking, it still has some, you know, overchecked Russian stats. It's not nearly as bad as nobody plays Red 4. There aren't that many modern Russian jets because the Russians just don't give them documents for the modern ones because they can't edit them.
The founder of the robotic arm. That's fair. That was kind of cool. Honestly, I wonder if they'd ever like bring those models back as the Dormizone ones. That could be neat.
Oh, one thing about DCS though, apparently there is controversy that they haven't been paying one of their plane developers because they outsourced like the models and all the actual work people. Shout out to Deepload, my fucking beloved Deepload is of all the they're getting more. But what's Ragsbam? Apparently they haven't been getting paid for like 3 years. So and the owner of DCS apparently is something a massive plank person who keeps buying shit for. So it's one of those situations, I think. So
Damn. Flight sim with guns. I feel like a lot of flight sims have guns, but I guess Microsoft Flight Sim probably doesn't. So you know, fair enough.
some of the Microsoft Flight Sims did, but
They're still using the simulacrum and dojo? I believe so. I actually think if you replay the War Within, it resets all your orbiter stuff in that part of the orbiter back to their old versions as well for some reason.
That's nice.
You don't have the gall to try and charge people $75 per vehicle. Oh, hell no. DCS will charge you for vehicles. Very much so.
Oh, yeah.
The main difference being all of the modules...
The F-18 is $80. That's the same price as the DCS F-18.
Yeah, the main difference being that all of the planes basically try to ensure as much accuracy as possible. That's a big part of it.
They're legally allowed to do for some American things like the F-18 and shit. Pro tip, don't buy the F-16. It is unfinished. It doesn't have a damage model. I think it does now, finally, but the first year, it was invincible because it didn't have a damage model. So you could just rip the ring off and nothing fucking mattered. It was that level of bad. It didn't even come with like a fucking properly functioning radar mechanic. It just Oh, fun fact. It was so bad that you had to buy the F-18 to have the radar sound because they just reused the assets and didn't bother, you know, clicking the requirement to make it not need the other thing. So
have you gotten enough ability kills, Nitro? Because I have.
I mean, look.
You can check in the challenge, just thing in the pause menu if you're not sure.
slide back.
There's some stuff in there.
Challenges. Okay, let's kills. 93 out of 200.
See? My ass is out here on
How many?
93 out of 200.
93? How the fuck do you have so few?
I'm gonna be honest, for the first like 3 minutes, I used my summon because I forgot that's what we were doing here.
I
But,
swear to God. Alright, I'm just going to hang out and let Nitro do the killing so I don't take his kills. How are you critting with Noctua? I put critical chance mods on it, and critical chance Archon shards on my Dante. I also have an Arcane Avenger, because fun fact, for some reason, Overguard can still proc Arcane Avenger on hit.
I think that was in like the change where they made it so that you could still allow it to take Chroma and shit from the Overguard because it was a big problem back into just edits like everything that needs to be damaged, I want to say. Pretty sure that's when that happened.
Quickly off the table. Damn. Holy shit. Is the in-game volume too loud? With how loud this environment is, that doesn't surprise me, honestly.
Seems fine to me.
Nitro, you're not... Shut up.
I am in the stream.
Say, very loud here. I'll go ahead and turn the in-game volume down. We'll
Wait, no,
have it.
if it's fine for me, that means it might be a bit loud because I can barely hear you fucking shim on me my PC for some
He
fucking
said
reason.
it? Yep, there it is. I hope Nitro will actually complete the damn challenge.
150 out of 200, I'm nearly there.
Game is not
160.
loud, but Dante is. Yeah, that's fair.
Is it? Yeah, 160. $70.
I need Coda. I read that as cola for a second, and I'm like a
Wait.
Pepsi? What the fuck do you mean?
Pepsi Cola, my favorite.
I can roleplay as a KISS member. True. You know, maybe I should wrap up the stream earlier than expected. When does Raising Cane's close? I should go to Raising Cane.
You know what? Yeah.
In honor of Phoenix, I'll go to Raising Cane. It's actually pretty out of the way. I don't feel like going over to that part of town very often.
Hey, babe, just tell Biff he'll go.
I mean, he gets off of work at 11. I don't know if he'd have time. I think Raising Cane's closes at midnight.
That could be like an hour.
I need the Tag Out Encore soundtrack. Yeah, I think we know at least we're getting 5 new songs.
Got it, we can go.
Right. I think we know that we're getting at least 5 new songs. Nerevar, we must try Kane's chicken fingers. I like how Daggeth just suddenly blew up as a meme out of nowhere because his voice was really easy to replicate with AI. A lot of those videos were honestly really fucking funny, though. Also, guys, cool-ass dinosaur. You guys ever notice this? We have a cool-ass dinosaur in here. There's actually a lot of cool-ass dinosaurs in here, but this is the coolest of the cool dinosaurs.
I'll have to bring on Tux to get the fucking accurate, like, what dinosaur is this? And what is this? And what, pray tell, is this?
Dinosaur Warframe when? We should have a Warframe that's like the Dinobots from Transformers.
Oh, nice. Side note, like, small thing, I love the fact that they actually, made the, collectibles and shit, like, actually have, like, an outline glow. That is really nice, accessibility feature, and helps me actually see shit.
We also added that little jingle when you pick one up so that it's more obvious if you're not paying attention if your teammate picks one up.
Yeah. Really good shit. Is it, like, a different kind of day?
Necromech T-Rex, that would go hard. Also, it's, because we're in fall, it just looks like this, but most of that mission's underground, so it's kind of hard to notice. What's the best corn-derived product? Honestly, that's kind of a tough question. I'd say corn, like corn chips and corn tortillas and stuff of that stripe. That would be my pick. Kill 75 Skuldra troops with melee weapons. This is so boring.
Count for that?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're required to get kills with abilities or a specific weapon category, Exalted's count for either of those.
That's nice. Also, fucking first thing I see when I open the fucking Warframe Reddit, it's like, if I can't riz the parents, I'll simply go back to trying to riz their possibly possessed daughter.
Damn. Also, just fucking time travel's a thing in Warframe. Bullying the indifference in the Cretaceous when? Good question. I was supposed to leave by for real this time? Yes, yeah, Ellie. For iPhones, every time I pick one of those up, I instinctively look at my phone. That makes sense. See, I could use Nami solo. There are plenty of options for this. It's just get kills with melees, right? It's a pretty simple assignment. I'll take Baruch, because that'll make it take longer. Because I'll have to reduce my restraint.
I'll have to, I don't know, call you if you slow. That wouldn't look,
Caramel corn recipe? Damn. Make a perfect, wholesome paternal bear. I honestly was surprised that we're not getting the only, like, or that we're not getting any new original 8 proto-frames. I think it'd be cool to see, like, Ash and Rhino and Ember as proto-frames, but it's up to the devs, I guess, who they want to pin that on. Zorus makes it piss easy. I feel like Zorus makes everything piss easy if it's melee involved. Any good melee? Yeah, it's only 75 Skuldra troops. It's not going to be that bad. This is one long-ass fucking tunnel, bruh.
yeah.
Exalted Glaive win. I don't think DE wants to do that, honestly. Maybe they will one day, but Glaives are already such a dominant melee weapon category.
You know, this one will go a lot faster if we could actually speed up past first gear. There we go.
Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. DE Jonathan in Region Chat when Proto Frost and Saren were confirmed to not be risible. I don't know what I bounced off of there. It's what makes a lot of people... It's like, you can still, like, become good friends with them. I don't know why everyone is so desperate to,
Because they finally made a good-looking male character.
I think that, honestly, like... I still think that Arthur is fairly good-looking. I understand people being horny for Arthur. That's one of the only times that someone will, like, say that they're horny for a Warframe character, and I actually agree with them. Ink Theory keeps getting truer. Real. I will say, though, that Frost Proto is a fine-looking gentleman.
They finally got the fucking 5 o'clock shadow thing to work, but they don't give it to the players, they give it to the one guy you can't riz.
Arthur looks like Jetstream Sam, that's why he turns me on? What? Does he? I don't feel like Arthur looks like Jetstream Sam. He's not even Brazilian.
He looks a little like it, but not nearly as much as we were thinking.
A Brazilian dollar. Twink Ember Pro... Honestly, I think it would actually be cool if they introduced Ash and Ember as proto-frames, but with their genders flipped.
That would be cool as fuck, honestly.
He can double jump? That's true. It's not fair. Damn.
I'm stupid. I am fucking retarded.
House Scrubbers emerging. Ooh, Scalder just noticed what we're
Emo
up to.
cat girl proto frame? Damn.
Scrubber going for
I could see that.
fix it or lose it to the tech rot, which will be the least of your problems.
I need Frost to tell me he's proud of me, and I need Saren to tell me she's disappointed in me. I'm not even gonna touch that with a 10-foot rod.
How about a fucking 9-foot iron staff?
How about I... Never mind. I don't really like. I think that honestly just entirely depends, right? Like, I think that all of the proto-frames look cool, but really, if anything, if I were to date Arthur, it would not be for his looks, it would be for his voice. Arthur's voice actor does an incredible job.
Yeah, honestly, I was wondering if I can look a lot different than he does, but you know, it's not the worst it could be.
Huh?
It's not the worst, but I wouldn't say him as an Excalibur. I wouldn't, you know, see him and say, "Oh, that's Excalibur." I would.
I don't feel like I would see any of the proto frames not as a proto frame and be like, "Oh yeah, I know who that would be."
I mean, Nyx is fairly obvious, but
some people think Proto Saren looks terrible. Yeah, I think it does depend a lot. Horse Girl Proto. I don't think we're gonna get a proto frame of a Warframe like Daggeth. I just don't see that happening.
she already has established lore, and well, she doesn't have a head, so what?
Like, we've only gotten protos of either very old Warframes or the most recent Warframe at the time of that update. So, like, Nova, Saren, and Frost, while not part of the original 8, are also, I think they're all Year 1 Warframes? I think they all came out in the game's first year.
Yeah, first few update cycles.
solely because it's not Mesa. I don't know why people, like, okay, I'm not trying to mock you specifically by saying this. I don't know why people get so bent out of shape about not getting a proto frame for a character they like. I personally feel like what makes the protos interesting to me is their stories as people. The skins themselves, I don't honestly care about that much. So I think it's more of a matter of like what you value. But for me, it's just like I think it's cool we're getting more because I like to interact with the characters. I don't really care about the fact that they're skins. I do like the emotes though. The emotes are pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Holy shit! I had 4 digits with my fucking. No, I didn't. It was just glitched out because of the EMP. Damn it! I thought I did
Interesting as a character. I don't feel like a Zaku proto frame. I don't know how that would make that even make sense, to be honest with you.
It's literally 3 people just fused. It's a fucking Siamese like Triamese twin. Oh god, that could work. But that
I don't think that's a real term.
Because it hasn't existed yet. But in theory, yeah. It wouldn't be good, but like that's how it would explain it, I guess, because it's supposed to be 3 like Warframes mixed together, right?
Functionally. Split personality. I think that's something that they're kind of going for with Flare, because Flare's guitar talks to Flare, and that it was also made out of like the same infested blood that runs through Flare. So I feel like for an idea like that, they're probably going to do that with Flare and the guitar, Lizzie.
I mean, they kind of want to do that with Umbra's foreskin, though, don't they?
I don't think Sciajati talks.
They make the fucking same bit of Umbra, whatever the fuck.
I mean, it's very different when it comes to the fact that Lizzie can speak. I think you're kind of missing the major difference here, actually.
You know, yes, I probably am.
Alright, time to leave. If you didn't get 75 melee kills in those 5 minutes, there's no saving you.
Yeah, I did, don't worry. I got it within like 2. Even though I spent the first minute on the roof of the Soma, like, you know, reenacting.
When are DE gonna release a Warframe that uses Neo pronouns? We need a Warframe that uses emoji pronouns.
I mean, that's already just AoE.
I mean, kinda.
Oh god, I got hit by a car. Watch the fucking road, you did. What? Are we in
Ow.
left or right-hand drive in the city? He might have been on the right side of the road. Never mind.
Pardon me, everyone.
Void
of pronouns? Yeah, my pronouns are Zata and Loke. Fucking hell.
Who are vomiting they fast right now?
And find how each connects to every faction. I feel like, honestly, a lot of the symbolism of them is fairly obvious, at least to me, but... Must not get an emoji movie frame. You found, like, Seeb or something? Yes. That was, I talked about the arc of Walter and I looking at the racial slur database, which is a real website, when we were playing For Honor. That shit was hilarious.
The gender was the wiki or some shit with the fucking sources linked to the Tumblr post, which links back to the wiki itself. So it's...
There was a thing I was going through. It was, I think it was the pronouns wiki, and oftentimes they would cite the gender wiki, and the gender wiki source was the pronouns wiki. So it was just a circular loop. There was no real source for any of what they were saying. And a lot of the shit that was on there, I'm not gonna lie, was pretty fucking funny, but...
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna be broken, and I have to leave and re-enter the Kim to do this. Happy birthday, monster lady! Based. Yeah, I was gonna say, she's not gonna like that, but it is funny. You know what pisses me off is that you can get, you can pick a wrong option. The fact that you can pick a wrong option and make no, relationship progress with the birthday messages, it pisses me off. I think that's stupid.
Oh yeah, Kim time.
What is your 5th favorite weapon? I don't have a priority stack that would make me, like, consciously acknowledge a weapon is specifically my 5th favorite, I'll be honest with you. Kill 500 enemies, and then kill 350 Scaldra. Wow, that's invigorating. Kill 500 Tekrot. Kill Scaldra. This shit is so boring, dude. Fucking hell.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier. Error, not a number.
Have they ever changed this? I know Overpower stacked infinitely for a while. Upon gaining 7 times combo multiplier, all melee attacks fire waves of energy. Have we ever gotten this one before? I don't recognize this one. Shots gain a 10% chance to fire a seeking projectile for each successful hit. Firing weapons reduces the chance by 5%. What? Huh. I know that this was bugged for a while to let you get insane shit, but... funny while it lasted, you know, fair enough.
Did you pick any of these options?
Huh? Oh, I didn't know that you were streaming. I can't really split my attention between this and the stream, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I would ask that you save this for later, to not take up this time for this, considering that I do want to try and wrap this up before 10.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
This was just kill 500 enemies, I think. I'll just take Hildren for this. Able to message people in the past. That would honestly go kind of hard. He's using a Express VPN.
Oh, yeah, I saw you.
Will you be at the TennoCon orgy next year? I probably won't be at TennoCon at all, ever, to be honest with you. Like, I would love to go to TennoCon one day, but from where I live, flying into Ontario, Canada would cost me over $1,000. So it's just like... it's just not worth it. Your status effect videos? Which ones? Because if you mean the status tier list, I hate to tell you that video is extremely outdated now. You might have the wrong guy. I don't think I've made a new status tier or status video in ages. I actually wanted to make one, but I think Kengineer made one, so I just decided to leave that to him. But it would be, like, I really do want to go to TennoCon, but it would be so expensive that I can't justify it. The round trip would cost me probably $2,000. And I'm sorry, there's much better things. Huh?
1,000, because I would pay for half of it. Nitro,
shut up. Yeah, a flight from where I live to Ontario, Canada is almost $1,000.
It's really because it's kind of close compared to.
You know what pisses me off? Sci-Fi's flight is like $400, and he lives in fucking Florida.
I guess it's a major airline place or some shit.
I am across the country closer to that place than him, and it costs me like almost 3 times as much. Punted you to Ontario? I mean, if you've got the kicking force, how would I get back, though?
Just like cross the border, it's not that far.
I'm not even gonna argue. Nitro says dumb shit, and bait used to be believable. That's all I'm gonna say.
I can't get the fucking shit of this host. My weapon's not doing enough damage, apparently. Fucking hell.
More planes, or I'd punt you back. It's not 1K. Yeah, because, like, I don't have my passport. I would need to go through that process, and I hear that can take up to a year as well. But for me, the main thing is the flight cost. It's just way too much.
You didn't bring your passport, Gordon?
Gordon? But, like, the main thing is the flight cost. Because if the cost was more reasonable, if I could do the whole trip for $1,000, then I definitely would try. The fact that just the flight is $1,000, hell no, dude. I can't afford that. And even if I could, it's hard to justify. I need to make a shit ton of money to justify dropping $2,000 on a trip like that.
Yeah, which is why you don't need to donate, like, right now.
It was empty otherwise? Damn. Can't you do a car trip to somewhere cheaper to fly? Probably, but that brings up its own questions. A lot of airports will charge you for leaving your car in their parking lot and things like that. And I also live in Iowa, so the question is, like, if I'm going to go to a different airport, what one would be big enough that the cost in gas is offset by what I save at the airline? Because not a lot of Midwestern... Well, Chicago, you asking me to drive into Chicago is like, no, that's not happening. I'm sorry.
I know, it's Chicago, but like that's the closest major one I can think of. Like fucking.
I don't even know if they're doing it. Is like 250. That's fucked up. For me, last I checked, it's like $1,000. And then yeah, like DFW, places like that are major airports. Here in the Midwest, probably the only real major one we have is Chicago. Whereas in Texas, you have like fucking 5 major airports.
Including 2 in Houston, which I didn't know about the second one, which, my bad again. Not sure if y'all told him that story.
With no one on it and take that. I don't know if that's gonna work. Especially with, like, the TennoCon takes place such a specific date. And I couldn't even go to this year's TennoCon because, you know, the tickets are gone. people
Because, like,
scalped them, not
scalped-
realizing that you
yeah.
can't do that because they'll verify your identity based on your receipt.
People were just like, no, no. She was like, no, nobody scalped him, and there were like fucking like 70 replies with the exact same like bot messages about scalping them, and it's like, yeah, this is either trolls or yeah, I got scalped. And
Nah,
considering
people absolutely botted the tickets, but it's funny because like DE even said in a dev short, like if you botted them, refund them. You won't be able to resell them. Just let people pay for them legitimately. Because they said like you can cancel your order, just do that because you're wasting this stuff otherwise.
Yeah.
Not easy to go to TennoCon. Yeah, I would love to, especially with the Tenno concert that they're doing this year. Like, this is probably the best year to go that they've ever had, but...
Yeah, that fucking sucks, man.
I will be at home. I will be streaming it, probably, like I do every year, but...
Hey, but, like, I don't know. It's probably, it's absolutely a different thing if you're actually there at the event, I assume. I just never got the appeal of shit like that personally.
There's a bunch of stuff at the event that you cannot watch from home. There's several panels and things like that that are off the main stage that you cannot see on stream. They are exclusive people that are there.
I mean, you can have someone record that is there, unless it's against
Some
the
people do, like, or like post the contents of them and stuff afterwards. I remember that during like the first one, actually, but... when she's in her 4. It's an augment. Aegis Gale, I think it's called. Aegis Gale. It gives you an alt fire in her 4 that allows her to fire 4 of them in rapid succession.
Oh, for Jade?
No, for Hildren. Jade has no augments. From a relay in-game to prevent botting. I don't think that would work because of the fact that you can just make free Warframe accounts.
Yeah.
Furry TennoCon? We'll have to host our own Furry TennoCon. That's like when I did the Kahoot way back at 10k subs, and afterwards we had the Rainforest 2020, I think it was 2022, post-FurCon meetup bit, where it was a bunch of people's personas images they were sending me, and I was putting them in a Burger King.
Which, like, fun fact, y'all said that shit sucks. Once again, he can vouch. The Burger King's the best, one of the best restaurants in our fucking city.
For some reason, the place that, yeah, Nitro lives, he talks about how, like, he loves Burger King. Like, dude, I've never been to a good Burger King. And then he was like, well, yeah, the one here is really good. And I was like, oh, that's just bullshit, right? You just, you know, is coping. And then I look on DoorDash when I visit Nitro. It is the #1 place on DoorDash with a perfect 5-star score. And I'm like, a fucking Burger King?
Like I said, it's like, once again, I would rep for Burger King every fucking day. Like, y'all just, it really is just like, you know, y'all had a bad one. Burger King is fucking fire.
I think it's more you have a good one. I've never lived in a place with a good Burger King before.
All the ones near our city at least were good when they were still up is the thing.
It's just like, what
Even
the
ones in the
fuck?
other city over are pretty good still, I think. But it's
And
kind
doing
of
a
funny to
watch
think
party
about
at the
that,
hotel
yeah.
across the street. Yeah, I've heard about that fact, but again, that would still require that I would, like, even beyond the ticket, that would still require me to get my passport, drop $1,000 on a flight, all of that kind of shit. Did I just finish the challenge? Well, now I just did. Nitro, how close are you?
Look. Jade is still firing. Where is it? I'm not. Apparently, I haven't been killing enemies like this. Don't worry about me.
What? Okay, I guess
Apparently,
we're just...
my Jades haven't been counted. I've only got 66 kills out of this entire mission so far, so don't worry about me.
Well, I mean, if you look at the total kills, yeah, you're at 67.
I don't know how the fuck, because I've definitely been blowing people up.
I guess if you want, I can just extract. That'll leave you in the mission, considering single extract is a thing.
This mission with a better character. Don't worry about that. We can go. Fucking get it. Oh god, I'm not gonna make my way out before. The house was gonna come before I find my way out of this fucking
Are
place.
pretty good. So the Burger King in the city I live in actually shut down because it was so bad.
Yeah, it's like I hear horse about BKs, and I'm just fucking sad for those people because like when it's good, it's really fucking good. Honestly,
It does good Impossible burgers. That's surprising. I've heard that the Impossible nuggets are like beyond meat nuggets at KFC are horrendous, which I think is pretty funny.
The KFC here is always fucking dead, but it seems to be doing good in reviews.
3 Convectrix in a row. Damn.
Now you get to do things the hard way.
Nitro will hopefully get here before I solo extract and before the timer hits 0. There we go.
Nitro will get here soon. The fucking extremely pregnant, like Warframe on a bike going way over the speed limit.
I need to try them. That's kind of fucked up, but you know, to each their own. In the country, no question. They have A&Ws in Canada? That's interesting. I've been to A&Ws here in the States. I don't know if it's got the same menu, because obviously there's a lot of regional differences for menus, but A&Ws are a good restaurant, though. They're just not very common. Another one that I like is Long John Silver's, but the problem is that depending on the location you go to, the food will either be really good or will kill you instantly.
Yeah. Or Biff will kill you there.
I mean, Biff did say that if he ever goes postal, he's going to go to a Long John Silver's, so there is that. Long John Silver's has acquired Amazon. I love that image so much. It's so fucking funny. I'll grab Gyre for this. I think it's just Skuldra kills? Yeah, it is just Skuldra kills. It was so bland. That's kind of surprising. I will say this, though. I like Kane's food a lot, but their sauce is kind of what carries it.
Yeah, personally, I like the fucking Lane's sauce.
Horrid allergy to protein? I didn't know that you could have an allergy to protein. That's interesting.
That's a thing?
People can be allergic to water.
Yeah, that just seems like a genetic failure. I'm gonna be honest with you, coming from like one itself. At that point, it's just like, well, how did we get here?
Smoking that dart on screen. Do I still have that somewhere?
What, the dart?
No,
Were you visualizing a bloody battle?
the picture of Oberon smoking weed that I posted on my community tab.
Yeah, that, the Rouse side.
Hold on. Where is this? I know I showed it on screen or on stream a while back. All of the things I can find with the term Oberon are fucking Dripper Drown submissions. Hold on, is this in my stuff folder on OBS?
Oh, right. Tell them about the Flux Rifle
no.
shit that we just found out the other day.
Oh, the thing with Flux Overdrive? I mean, it's probably fairly well known. I just never used the Flux Rifle. Apparently, Flux Overdrive's description is wildly misleading, though. For those... Here, let me just show this real quick. Opinion on Zaxby's? That's not a thing here, unfortunately.
They actually just made one here, so you can come try it next time.
That was sick. I'm gonna be honest, I just kind of, like, I don't know, lost interest. But Flux Overdrive. See what this mod says? Hold on, let me just, like, do this so people can actually just, like, see it more easily. This effect. Status chance fluctuates between 150% and 250% over 5 seconds while the beam is fired. This is just straight up, like, not true as far as I'm aware. How it actually works is as long as you're holding down the trigger, you get 150% status chance additive with mods, just flat. That's what you get. 150% status chance additive with mods. And then you oscillate between 0% and 100% more status chance multiplicatively with mods.
Yeah.
And the over 5 seconds thing, as far as I'm aware, is not relevant at all. It's just as long as you're shooting. So, the way the mod works is nothing like what the mod card tells you. Weird yellow bordered... Oh, these are, tome mods. These are exclusively usable by the Grimoire and Dante's Exalted Weapon. Live servofish reaction. I should do a live servofish reaction, live bricky reaction. I should, you know, I'm gonna text Hunter if he's going to Kane's tonight. Sometimes he does after work.
Hell yeah.
I probably shouldn't be too irresponsible with my finances because of the fact that tax month is next month, but you know. Does he have you a flat 400% status? Base. Nitro, please, you are hurting my ears.
Sorry.
Its menu is bigger. I recommend the Team Burger. It's a bacon cheeseburger. Interesting. I know, right, it's the Texas. For those who don't know, Dairy Queens in Texas are not actually part of the rest of Dairy Queen. Weirdly enough, due to some laws, or like a way a contract was written, some guy owns all of the Texas ones. They're not part of, like...
I didn't know it was a thing outside of Texas because of the fucking slogan. That's what I like about Texas or some shit for the entire time. I never knew that. I thought that was like a fucking, like, local, like, regional thing. Or not regional, you know what the fuck I mean.
They're so much better. I wouldn't know. I've never been to a Texas Dairy Queen. I just thought that it was like, because Nitro thought that they weren't a thing outside of Texas because they had a slogan on some of their ads that was, yeah, like you said, it was, that's what I like about Texas.
I have it out on my fucking VHS Dog Bites tapes.
And so Nitro was like, they're a thing outside of Texas? And I was like, yeah. And so we looked it up, and it's like, yeah, DQs in Texas are a different entity, like corporate entity from the rest of Dairy Queen.
You could say that I was correct in a way, but...
Trying to catch up a little bit. And nothing more. I respect that with the cane sauce. I'm so tired of Convectrix. I've had both. I'm saying I haven't had any Dairy Queens. I don't eat Dairy Queen that much. Like, there's one where I live, but it's in this little area where it's, like, off of a major road, and it's just, like, next to a random gas station, and accessing it is enough of a bother. I don't go there.
Well, we can go to DQ next time you come over here.
Gyre Oma Enjoyer? Yeah, truly. Where are all the enemies? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Hello?
Where the fuck are they? I've lost my rotoswell.
There's 2 enemies over here. Hello? Let me know when you come to the area. I'll be honest, because I don't plan on coming back to that area for quite a while. It kind of just depends. The next visit between Nitro and I will be at my residence, but it's a fairly expensive ordeal overall, just in general, to travel there.
Maybe not like as bad as you think.
I mean, it's not super expensive, but it probably costs, I don't know, I'd say like overall, my flight there is just over $300 round trip. And then between that and, you know, other assorted, like, expenses that come with that, I guess it's probably closer to $400 or $500 each time. Skuldra slept through their alarms? Fucking apparently. I feel like the Skuldra survivals are always prone to this problem. Like, they just randomly stop spawning enemies correctly. It's very annoying.
Yeah.
Is that what gas station dick pills are? I'll say this. I've never personally seen that. If that is a thing anywhere, it is not a thing here.
Gas station dick pills?
Yes. If that is a thing anywhere, it is not a thing in Iowa, I'll tell you that much. We have upstanding establishments like Casey's.
It's the Casey's dick pill. The bucket. Oh god, we have to...
Horrid Wisp. Yeah, it would appear that currently my enemy flow is 3 guys in a fucking trench coat, so they count as 1 kill. This is fucking ridiculous.
I just want to like fucking restart the mission to see if it fixes it. Or...
I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get to A so I can grab it, but just don't look for it hard enough. I mean, maybe. 19 albino rats in a trench coat. Yeah, that's the only enemies that have spawned. All 19 albino rats. Why is this thing so loud? The noise for that is way louder than the rest of my game. Why are you a toxic Eximus? I'm more like the shock Eximus if it was actually good.
Eximus, yeah. Oh, violence is here.
Is how it affects blood flow. What the fuck? That's both interesting and kind of hilarious.
How the what does?
Someone, I'll just read this verbatim. I know a guy who swears by gas station erection pills for his workout regime because of how it affects blood flow.
That technically does, yeah. Because I think the gas station dick pills are basically like a fucking like mix between like fucking like what's Tylenol, but like the fucking blood pressure like reliever and something else.
I wouldn't know.
I think my coworker Dawg like it's only tangentially related to something like that, but I can't quite remember the details.
That Frostbubble can move. You know, I don't know Red Pixel. That would actually be kind of a fun augment, come to think of it. An augment for Frost 3 that makes it follow him like an Arctic Eximus. That could be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun as fuck.
I don't know if it would actually be that helpful, but I do think it would be funny.
Yeah, I see like a mobile bubble shield be
Where?
handy.
Oh, Violence is next to me. You bitch. Fuck off. I want to say, please die before you dispel my shit. Basically blood pressure medication. That would make sense.
Pretty much is that, honestly. Oh.
Pretty sure you can die by taking those pills? Well, I mean, at least you died doing something you love. Real rat frame. Yeah, all of Trinity's rats are going to get into a trench coat to try and buy alcohol when the bar opens. Yeah, your mother. Yep, there. I knew someone was gonna make a your mom joke after I said that. I was literally just waiting for it. Is really noticeable. I feel like the fact that they even have a slow aura is stupid. Like, they said in the Angels of the Zeraman patch notes, like, the Arctic Eximus is our model for the other Eximus reworks because they have a clear, you know, clear ability that has a clear counter. And I'm like, that's cool. What about the fucking slow aura? That's hardly telegraphed and completely unavoidable. If anything, it kind of works against how you're supposed to fight them, because what are your options against an Arctic Eximus? Break the bubble or get inside the bubble. But then with the slow aura, it makes it harder to get inside the bubble. Die Hard or something like that? Yeah, that's probably what it was about. I haven't seen it, but I think you're right. Rat Sona, Rant Sona? Oh god. I'm sorry. For me personally, anyone who has a rat persona has been ruined, but I'm not going to elaborate further.
Come on,
I could. It will just make I will just make people that know what I'm talking about very sad. Reggie? Not Reggie. No. Something I'm talking about something that's actually bad.
Oh.
Please elaborate.
Oh, was it that one story you have?
No. Does no one here know who Toggle is?
Who?
That's all I'm gonna say. Toggle the rat. It's up to you if you want to watch the Cecil McFly video about this.
I thought you were talking about the fucking story about you like it looked way farther than the rat.
No, fuck's sake. I don't know if I can explain this on YouTube without getting banned. Actually, maybe I can because the podcast is still up. Okay, does anyone here know who Douglas Spink was? We're just gonna... I feel like everyone in my chat's just gonna be like, who the fuck are you talking about? Oh dear god, someone knows what I'm talking about. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. I cannot dive into this topic without it being really, really bad for a YouTube stream. So all I'm gonna say is there's a Turkey Tom video about Douglas Spink that you can watch. There's a Cecil McFly video about the podcast that he hosted with Toggle that you can watch. How do I put this? Douglas Spink and Toggle the Rat were both very much in favor of doing what I would like to call unethical things to animals. We'll just leave it at that, right? I don't mean eating them. And they ran a podcast for it on YouTube. This podcast is still up, by the way. Their podcast never got taken down. Fortunately, and yes, this may sound harsh when I say this, but fortunately, Douglas Spink died of prostate cancer. So we don't have to worry about him anymore, but Toggle is still around, though he is a dumbass and accidentally revealed his face when he was trying to, make fun of people for not knowing his identity. People found out his identity. So, fortunately, we know who those people are, and Douglas Spink is dead. Cancer's greatest W was the death of Douglas Spink. What did I just join into? Like I said, it's pretty bad. I would recommend, if you can stomach the topic. Like I said, Turkey Tom has a video in-depth about Spink and the weird arc he had of trying to steal back a racehorse from his ex-wife, among other things. And then, I think it's Cecil McFly had a 3-part series about the podcast itself. Took a dark turn. I mean, yeah, like I said, I didn't want to have to elaborate, but enough of my chat was curious that it's like, fine, you guys brought this on yourself. They're just depressing, and that's fair. The worst person you know, Cancer, just made a great point. Deadass. It's like I said, I am not the kind of person to endorse killing someone, but I am in favor of Douglas Spink's death. That guy fucking deserved it.
Probably endorse to kill, but
YouTube unironically might strike me for saying that. I'm not gonna lie, but Douglas Spink ran an animal brothel. That guy fucking deserved to die of cancer. If anything, it didn't happen fast enough. Who would endorse someone dying but? Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with that. If you watch the Douglas Spink video, you'll realize why I am in support of what happened to him.
Yeah.
This stream may have to get locked up in the vault so that YouTube doesn't ban me. not a bully stream because Douglas Sink is dead. You can't technically bully him anymore. Until you mention the podcast. Yeah, that's the type of thing I mean. Like, if someone mentions a rat persona, you're gonna have two thoughts in your mind: Reggie or Toggle. If the only exposure you have to rat personas is Reggie, you're fine. If it's Toggle, I'm sorry.
There's that one fucking animal, like goth Animal Crossing villager from like the Joel streams.
The Animal Crossing villager? The Bomb Voyage trauma? I'm gonna...
Was it Joel or was it the other one?
I don't know what you're referring to, honestly. And I will say, for,
like the fucking scoop and shit.
For the Bomb Voyage thing, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know almost anything about it. I didn't particularly care. Have a rat chick too? It might. I don't play Soulframe that often, to be honest. Have I finished the challenge? I wasn't paying attention. I'm 11 away.
I'm 200 away. Don't worry about me. I can get these on my own time.
Was Vermintide too? Dear God.
Vermintide, yeah.
I'm switching games, everyone. Damn. Real and true.
Yeah, I guess it's costume, like Vermintide.
Have you finished any of your challenge yet? You're at 251, so you should at least be halfway to the one that you hadn't finished.
I'm at 350 out of 500.
If you're willing, we could switch out, because I think I finished my next challenge, and I think the next one is like killing tech rot with abilities or some bullshit.
Hey, don't worry about me. We can go then.
That wears... Oh yeah, she's not a rat chick so much as she wears the rats as a jacket. That's right, I remember her now.
And now it wants to have a conversation.
That lady's incredibly fresh. Crazy shit for real. Yeah, anyways, I'm sorry. I just realized I don't know if you do. You said it was like a behemoth from Final Fantasy or something, right? You've told me before. Does that mean it can give consent? Okay. Oh, nope. We're stopping the conversation right there. We're not talking about if the Hell Scrubber can consent. What bullshit am I gonna say to Quincy? Is this one... Yeah, the one that's gonna make him mad. I'm just experimenting to see which ones make them mad at this point. Having a French person? Damn. Do not the Hell Scrubbers. Why do I have to say this to the Warframe community? What do you think? I can't see your profile picture that well. Hold on. I think, yeah, I can go to your channel and see it a bit better. What is that exactly? I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of hard for me to tell. It's so small, especially. You might just have to spoil it, Lexar. I can't really tell. What's the next one? Yeah, kill 500 tech rot. Oh. I can't fucking take it anymore. I can't take this shit no more. God damn it. Wood of the Hell Scrubbers? Yep, there it is. There it fucking is.
There it comes.
This is why we shouldn't have given Robin a membership. Now it'll be harder for me to ignore her messages because her name is Green.
Green Robin, Green Robin.
I'll switch to Jade for this. Why not? Goliath from DMC.
We're not tracking you properly on Jade, but yeah, good luck.
It seemed like you were just not getting that many kills.
That is also possible, honestly.
We'll load in eventually. DMC5, or glad DMC5 was just Grendel. I mean, kind of. Makes us do less Netracells. That's true. He banned the Goliath guy. Evolve mentioned Raw. I don't think this is about Evolve, but Evolve was actually a banger. I'm sad that you can't play it anymore. Like, if you try to install Evolve on Steam, the game directory just gets filled with nothing. It sucks. I wanted to go on one of the private servers people have to play Classic Evolve.
Can you, like, download the files from somewhere then, or?
I'm not sure.
It's probably considered abandonware now, then, so it probably would be legal.
I think the problem is that you technically need to, like, own a license to the game, which means that you would have to own it legitimately. I need my Kavat to hit things a bit. Where is my Kavat? Come on, buddy. I need you to... Okay, he's putting in some work. There we go. That's what we're after. I have on Seismic Bond, I think it is, which gives me the efficiency increase when if I have a channeled ability and my Kavat deals damage, and I use that to help out with Jade because her energy economy is kind of rough.
Yep.
Helminth Charger Sona? I wonder if that exists. I remembered the absence. You know, that's a good question. There's a lot of Warframe creatures I would expect to, like, be Fursonas that aren't. But you know what I do know there are Fursonas of? Corpus Moas. Weirdly enough, there's a guy who has a Corpus Moa, like, OC that Nitro found one time.
No, there's multiple. A lot of you in chat might know this guy. RMK has a fucking Corpus Moa OC.
I have no fucking clue who that is.
He's the guy who created what's it, what the
RFK? RFK Jr.?
RMK. It's the guy who created that one of the Terraria armor set, the fucking, what the fuck is it, like the fucking Capricorn, I think, yeah, armor set, Terraria.
Did you break the thing off the scrubber? I can't damage it with my J thing, and I don't want to leave, because then I'll lose my efficiency.
Yeah. You know, it's the fucking Capricorn guy from Terraria, and the one that does all...
What the fuck do you mean RMK as a Moa Sona? I don't know anything about this, so you're just gonna have to take Nitro at his word.
No, I've actually...
Don't worry about RMK.
You just put on when we made the initial Biff Don't Look.
Biff Don't Look was like 5 fucking years ago. You'd think I'd remember trivia like that?
I can fucking look it up in a minute. Just to make
Where's
sure.
the Vulpaphyla content? Like, I'm surprised that you don't see people who have, like, Fursonas that are, like, Kubros or Kavats and things like that, but... Then again, it's not like it necessarily bothers me. I don't particularly care, I just always thought it was weird. Check DMs? Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Hunter replied to my texting that they're closed, that they're only open. Raising Cane's is only open till midnight on Friday and Saturday.
Oh man.
Someone with a Kubro Sona, wacky. Also, I appreciate the image you sent, Lexar. I'll have to send this to Nitro in a second.
I'm guessing it is from the RMK some shit. Or...
No, here. You know what? We're gonna lose the thing because Nitro's not doing his job, but it's fine. There.
Oh, that goes hard as fuck.
Gonna give us stag Fursonas. Okay, I feel like that's just like you're a normal fucking deer at that point. Garen Rude is just like a fucking normal like elk.
Yeah.
Can I show you the normie art I got? What do you mean normie art? I don't think so, but like what does that mean? Whenever you say art I got, I tense up, like instinctively.
Yeah. You gotta be honest, I've seen way worse than what they've sent me.
I mean, yeah, so have I, but that doesn't mean I like the things that Gazette sent me.
You know, fair enough.
So you're into cuckoldry? What the fuck does that mean?
What?
Kim Sona? How does that work? We have my Tech Rot Sona.
Jade, watch your light, watch your light.
Watch your light, watch your light. Is when Protogen has a cold. I think it's when Protogen develops fucking super cancer. Someone's owner out there is drippy? You know, maybe.
The drip Sona.
Oh, actually, I did... Now that you've sent it, because I did see that, but I don't think you sent it to me. I think I had passingly seen it in IDAN server. With crit monitors and... I read that as crit. It's CRT. Jesus. I was like, what crit monitors? No, CRT monitors and Apple IIs. You know, fair enough. You have a Windows XP Protogen out there somewhere? Sound like Flowey Undertale? Does it? I guess I can see where you're coming from. I haven't played Undertale in like 10 years, though, so... Dude, I'm gonna be honest, admitting that I actually really like Undertale is difficult because you have to deal with the existence of the Undertale community.
That is genuinely the reason why Markiplier has not done like, anything Undertale or Deltarune.
Like, Deltarune's a great game, too, but like when I played Undertale as a kid when it was new, that game was phenomenal, and I enjoyed the shit out of it. But then you have the Undertale community, and it's like, oh, I can't publicly admit to liking this.
Agony, honestly.
Shut the fuck up, Letty. I'm fine. With the power of my fucking unborn child. Why don't tell me when I like Warframe? Story of Undertale. That video's so funny of the girls fucking... I shouldn't say that because her house starts burning down, but it's so unexpected. Have you not seen the lip-syncing Story of Undertale video where the girl's lip-syncing the song Story of Undertale and then her house, like, something in the background catches fire?
I have not seen that, holy shit.
Suffer from the fandom curse. I wouldn't know for Steven Universe, but Undertale, yeah, big time.
Steven Universe, they are horrible. They're the fan of that bullied artist to death over, drawing a character, I think, fat or some shit.
Was it ever confirmed if they were actually dead? I don't remember if it was ever confirmed that that was the case. I do know they at least bullied them off of the internet.
Yeah.
Steven Universe's fandom is pretty fucking terrible, though, from what I know.
It's not great.
I have finished my challenge. I don't know about you, but...
yeah, I got it done.
Squadala, we're off. Wood Pazul? God damn it. Sorry, DE forgot about Pazul, so you can't.
It's not don't Pazul, it's can't Pazul.
Yeah, it's can't Pazul. It's not would or wouldn't, right? It's can't. Letty, you are such a bitch! Shut the fuck up! I'm leaving. I'm going home, and I'm going to microwave a banquet dinner, and I'm going to watch the most recent episode of The Sopranos. That wasn't a thing yet, was it? It also had a fire event happen related to it. What the fuck? Bro is 2 for 2. That's crazy. I just watched it. What the fuck? The Story of Undertale video? Yeah, I know, right? It just goes up in flames. It's so funny. Sound like an Italian dish? Fair enough.
I gotta look that shit up now. Hang on.
People to kill themselves? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Ballsack, probably. Rot from what I've checked. Like, Deltarune also is struggling with the fact that it's taking an eternity for the game to come out. The Sopranos pilot was January of 1999. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. Because it's fall right now, because it's currently December 22nd, 1999, I am good. Kill 250 Skuldra troops with abilities. Oh, I love Hell Scrub. I fucking love Hell Scrub. A proper new Drawn to Life. Dude, Drawn to Life 1 and 2 went so hard. Drawn to Life, the next chapter, is a fantastic game. How big of a DS player were you? DS is in D's, look, I'm not gonna try and make this joke work. But I played, like, I had a DS as a kid, but I didn't actually play that much. DS nuts, yeah, there it is. But I did play a lot of games on it, right? Like, I've played through, well, I also, so my aunt on my mom's side, when her son moved out, my cousin Casey is much older than me and much more successful than I'll ever be, to be perfectly honest with you. He's like a senior software engineer. But when he moved out of the house, his mom, like, got permission from him to give us some of his old things. And he had one of the DSs that still had the Game Boy cartridge slot on it. So it could play DS, Game Boy, and Game Boy Advanced games. And that shit went crazy. But when it comes to, like, actual DS games, I played, like, Scribblenauts, obviously, Drawn to Life. The Legendary Starfy is another one that I played a lot of as a kid. there is this very obscure game that I actually thought was really fun. Has anyone here heard of the real-time strategy game Lego Battles? I purchased it when we went to the Mall of America when I was a kid from the Legoland thing there. Lego Battles is a fairly obscure and honestly not even very good real-time strategy game, but I played a lot of that as a kid too. Lego Battles was my gay awakening? Wait, who the fuck in Lego Battles gave you your gay awakening? What? How the fuck does that work? Was it like you saw the alien queen and were repulsed and that's when you realized you were gay? How does that work exactly? Don't ask. No, I'm asking. How the fuck does that work? Was it Lego Santa? Was it Lego Santa that finally did you in? Due to the dog shit economy? That sucks. What? Okay, look, if you've never played Lego Battles, most of what I'm going to say is not going to make any sense. I'm sorry in advance for that. Okay, come on, Kava. I need you to deal some He fucking died.
Got him. Cover us, Umbra. Oh, but don't send the Jade. Umbra, get out of the Jade like.
Cat, I need you to just hit some guys real quick. Come on. There we go. Okay, perfect. That's all I needed. Never does the forward jumping dismount. Yeah, I don't know how to trigger the specific dismounts, honestly. Alien Queen and I'm lesbian. Oh, I misinterpreted. Never mind. That actually makes way more sense.
Oh, the jumping dismount on the bike, you just have to be holding shifts and forward and then hit X.
It doesn't seem to do it consistently in my experience.
I think you have to be going a certain speed.
Maybe. I misinterpreted that. When people use the term gay instead of the term lesbian, I automatically assume that they're a gay man because I'm stupid.
It's speed dependent.
That doesn't surprise me. I feel like the Atomocycle dismounts in general just don't flow nearly as well as the Kaith ones.
Because the Kaith doesn't disappear, the bike stays usually.
What is this, a Spike the Spartan stream? I didn't mean to be live for this long. And also, if this was a Spike the Spartan stream, I would have been live for 6 hours.
I think we've been live for.
And it still doesn't do it? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, it seems fairly inconsistent in my experience as well.
It's new for me, which is weird.
I have never played Lego Battlegrounds or whatever it's called. That mods ban this motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding.
Too late.
Hold on, let me find. I have to find. Is there a Lego Battles wiki? Hold the fucking phone. Hold on. Lego Battles wiki. Is there a wiki for this? There is.
Yo.
Holy shit. There was also apparently a Lego Ninjago spin-off of Lego Battles. Huh.
Think about that one, I think.
We're gonna have to go through this in a minute. Because it has no animation. I often do something similar. 3 or 4, usually. I would have said my 18th birthday. When I turned 19, like the second I turned 19, I posted this one image from Undertale of Burger Pants saying I'm only 19 and I've already wasted my entire life. I was so, like, I was poised. I was waiting to post that shit when I turned 19.
It's like the life goals. It's like, yes, 18, I'm finally adult. I can finally do, like, you know, adult movies like porn or some other shit. Like 21, I can finally drink in America at 19. I can finally post the burger memes.
I can post the Burger Pants image.
Having another health scrubber for regurgitation. Disgusting.
I'm 22. I wasted my life. It's over. I like how you use the term frame 1. It's like your fighting game moveset. Welcome to Yomi Hustle. The Skuldra Hellscrub spawns are just not fucking cooperating today, dude. What the actual fuck is this garbage?
No.
Got super cucked? Damn.
Do something about that scrubber before it does something about you.
I need you to break the scrubber. I don't want to leave my Jade form. Thank you. Take no damage from abilities. I find it kind of grating. I feel like the Hell Scrubber boils in general are weirdly strong to certain things and weirdly weak to others.
Yeah.
Roman cancel into wasted my life post input. True. Wave shine. Is anyone here familiar with the Smash community? Is anyone here part of the Smash community even? Because what I'm about to say will make no sense, and I want someone here to at least get it. Anyone here familiar with this, like, you know, Smash players for Melee and stuff like that? Nope, well, shit. This is gonna make no sense to anyone. Has anyone here seen the video of Mango trying to fight the cops that came out recently? Well, fight security, more accurately. Mango tries to wave dash IRL, and it is the funniest shit I have ever seen. That's all I have to say about that. I think it was like Mango got drunk and, like, started fucking trying to fight the security. That shit's pretty fucking funny, I'm not gonna lie. I will say when it comes to more of a pass guy myself, ace people be like. But yeah, when it comes to Smash, my favorite thing that the Smash community has ever given us is Deep Leffenbot. If people haven't read Deep Leffenbot and you're into Smash Bros, it is so fucking funny. Best Twitter account out there next to like Garn47. I highly recommend Deep Leffenbot. That shit is hilarious. One of my favorite quotes from Deep Leffenbot is I think I actually retweeted this, where it was like, thanks to fucking Obamacare, my lifespan is now so long I actually have to live with the consequences of my actions. Another banger is the like, you in there, little guy? I say to my brain, which has been suspiciously absent for the past 10 or so years. What was the, there's a lot of... Huh?
What's your challenge for this page?
I'm at 190 of 250 Skuldra troops with abilities. I'm just honestly, my kills are not great right now.
Yeah, I'm 120. But I don't know how I'm gonna do this one.
I do watch it a lot. That's 100% something he would do. A lot of them are also about like Hungry Box popping up, which I also think are all really fucking funny. There's also one where it was like, I think it was like one of the Deep Leffenbot quotes was like, show me where in the official rules is I can't absorb my Mexican opponents to gain their powers. It's like, what the fuck? Deep Leffenbot is so fucking funny. That's still incomplete. Yeah, it's the Subspace... Or wait, no. Was Subspace Emissary overtaken by the Loud House fanfiction, or no? I don't remember if Subspace Emissary is still the record holder.
For what?
Longest piece of fiction ever written in English. It was originally a Super Smash Bros. Fanfiction, but I think the Loud House one might have overtaken it.
Isn't the Loud House the one that weird one about like...
It's a Nickelodeon show. I can't do it with the amp either. Well, time to fight the guy. Fortunately, I can just immediately remove all his shields, so, you know, there's that, but... Bomb.
You just bomb and I fucking explode.
It's
okay.
not My Immortal. My Immortal's actually not that long.
My Immortal is small, it's short as fuck. It's the chapters are just fucking like every other paragraph, though.
Loud House? Yes, there's a Loud House fanfiction that I know is at the very least in the running for longest piece of fiction ever written in English. I'm finished with my challenge. I don't know about you, but...
I'm barely halfway there. Don't worry, we need to go.
The fuck can you write about Loud House? Apparently a lot, if you have, like... I feel like people would be offended if I used the term super autism, but what the else am I supposed to say? No, I guess if it's like that, if that's your obsession, then I guess you can write a lot about the Loud House. Like a lot, apparently. Shit's longer than the fucking Bible. What has ended and already has its sequel running? Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, what?
Is hyperfixation the right term? I mean, maybe. I don't know, I don't think I'm autistic. I need to consult the experts.
I mean, I think you're a little autistic, but, like, I don't know.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
You know, everyone's a little autistic.
They're gonna find you in a dumpster. Peter Griffin sacrificed himself to defeat Thanos. Please tell me that's true. I hope to God you're not making that up. Wait, that reminds me of the, like, is anyone here familiar with, I think Deadwing Dork did a stream on this, that one, like, cross-fiction, like, giant collaborative fanfic thing about Winnie the Pooh? Does anyone here know what I'm talking about? Where it's, like, Winnie the Pooh, like, crossing multiple dimensions? I think that Deadwing Dork has a stream bot about this. Loud House isn't just the longest fiction, it's the longest thing written? Damn, thank you for the additional 5, Robin. That's fucked up, though. That's fucked up for real.
For real, for real.
Now I gotta take Got Your Back for the funny. I think literally all of my Hex overrides. Where can I find them again? Yeah, here. I have 6 from Owie. I've gotten power gains 5 times? 4 times? Why does it say 125% but plus 4? What the fuck ever. Maxed? I didn't know you could max something like this. 10 times the length of the Bible? That's fucking crazy. "2,000 chapters and 30 million words."
Jesus.
So 5 power gains? That's probably it, but that's a little confusingly displayed if you ask me. What do I have for Nightwave? What else could I finish for Nightwave? I mean, I might as well at this point. Mind Sabotage, that's boring. I don't know if I'll do that on stream. Arbitration and defeat 3 pilots while defeat 3 guys while doing a hijack cruise ship. What is the current arbitration, actually? Mirror Defense? Oh! Okay, so we're saving that one for later. I have a mod drop chance booster? I forgot about that. The Swordy, let's fucking go.
No, it's just the corpus peddling their wares again.
Shut off the emergency frequency.
Go Sparkle Dog? Damn, I think maybe I'll go a little bit longer than I expected. The Raising Cane's closes too soon for me to go there, so it's not even worth living anymore.
Oh, agony.
I just I look at my phone real quick while we're loading, and someone posted a thing on the Metroid Reddit that they had tried to save the baby Metroid at the end of Super by having full health when they got to that part. That's pretty fucking funny, I'm not gonna lie. One Piece for autistic people. Fucking hell. Alright, I need my cat to throw down before I can adequately fuck around and find out. It was Bowser who sacrificed himself, not Peter's Griffin, since he was erased from existence in a previous chapter? What the fuck? I feel like I'm hearing about Sonichu. I don't know if anyone here has actually listened or read Sonichu. Like, I listened to Bren Daniels videos about it. Sonichu is, like, funny but fucking insane. Like, I know that's to be expected, but, like, damn was it a lot more intense than I thought it was gonna be. Come on, cat. I need more power. Fuck it, we're just gonna call that. We're gonna call that good. But sound like peak fiction? Maybe. We will not speak of Sonichu. All I'm gonna say is, in Sonichu, I shit you not, in the last chapter of Sonichu, at least at the time that, you know, I had listened to it, Sonichu cured it. So here's what happens, okay? Chris Chan becomes God, and Sonichu becomes Jesus, and then Jesus commits a genocide. But, like, Sonichu's Jesus, so I guess it's more Sonichu commits the genocide. And then after that, they cure gayness with Chris Chan's blood because he's so straight. This actually happens. What? No, I'm serious. This all actually happens in Sonichu. I do not recommend listening to it purely on the grounds of the comic is actually so bad it'll hurt your brain.
Yeah.
Isn't Chris Chan a girl now? I guess contentious topic, all things considered, to be perfectly honest with you. I probably should not get into it. I will say, the way that Chris was in the comic at the time was still male. I'll put it that way. Before or after transition? It's difficult to say. Why did my... God damn it. Staring. Pause at you. Can I have a cigarette? Why is it not... It's stuck at 93. What the... Oh! I got irradiated!
Oh, yeah!
God damn it, I forgot. Chris Chan is an entity.
I'm on fire, babe, help!
You fucking idiot!
I got slowed! I found that in slow motion. Radiation.
Okay. It's fine, it's fine. Radiation hazard, fine, normal modifier.
I love radiation hazards. No!
Do you now? First thing I hear is Chris Chan. Yeah, sorry, but you can go. You can remute the stream if you want, Frog Pads. I'm sorry. I deserve it. Did I just get irradiated again? No, I didn't. Why does Lotus sound so tired when she says the prosecutor lines?
She's like, oh, they're fucking prosecution.
Friendly fire is so uncool. I'm gonna be honest, I actually disagree. I think it's fucking hilarious.
Honestly, yeah.
Real PvP. That's why I have heard about the protector changes. I talked about them earlier at the more closer to the start of the stream. All right, we can leave. Okay.
Yeah.
The prostituter approaches. Oh wait, I don't know if that's what you meant to type. That's not what you actually typed. That I just misread it as prostituter. Oh god. May have accidentally killed some teammates. Does anyone here remember back before Ash got reworked the first time when he still had his cutscene? Because I remember back when Nick and I used to play the game together a lot. There was some dumb fuck in a rad sortie who kept killing all of us by just mashing Ash 4 like the chimpanzee he was. I swear to God, someone from the... It was like the fucking Blank Park Zoo gave one of their animals a computer to play the game with us. That shit was ridiculous. Is not fun. I mean, that's fair, but I do still think it's kind of funny. It's definitely worse, and like Kuvaliches, I think, are probably the biggest example of where it can be like really bad because you have no control over it, or if it's coming. If you have one that can rad proc you, you're just gonna get fucked over if they show up. I'll take Cyto 9. Why not? You had the sex with the prostituter. Well, if they're a prostituter, are they themselves the prostitute, or are they like a pimp? I'm not sure. In Conclave, they probably won't have the mechanic work in Conclave. I'm gonna be honest with you, DE actively avoids changing Conclave unless they remove things from it. They don't add new stuff to Conclave pretty much ever. You ever make an FAQ website for your streams? Could you go into some detail as to what that would even contain? I don't think I entirely understand the question. Who prostitutes the prostituters? That's honestly pretty deep. I'm not really sure. Oh god, rollers! Get back, get back!
Hey, bye.
Keep going. Nobody knows you're here.
Allowed in Conclave. Yeah, I don't remember when the exact cutoff was, but even like Hydroid and Inaros, when they got reworked, they were removed from Conclave. So if memory serves, this, yep, is a swimming room.
Right, well,
Sharkwing time. I'm gonna be honest with you all. This is gonna be considered a weird take. I actually think Sharkwing is a cool idea that was botched by them making the rooms a fucking maze.
yeah.
Like, the Sharkwing swimming segments, to me, could have been cool if they didn't deliberately mislead you.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying.
That's why every enemy I've just driven by Neximus.
Wisp, do you, like, put the 3,000 steel bearings in your stomach and then, like, go to an MRI? I don't even know if I'm going the right way. I think this was the right way. Up here. And then up here. Yeah, here we go. And then I just have to wait for the... This laser barricade I hate because it's really hard for me to tell if it's in the position or not. Because you can only get up here, and it slides back and forth, but its visual effect is really weak. So it's really hard to see.
You've triggered the alarms. Lose this data, and the mission will be a complete failure.
What the fuck triggered it? Huh. I don't know how I triggered that, to be honest. Was it the cat? I don't think that cats can trigger laser barricades and stuff. There's another route. I do know there is another route somewhere. That's just the one I'm used to. Well, back through the swimming room. Pretty much every spy vault in the game has an alternate route. Also, I don't know if we can trust Nitro to actually do any of the spy vaults. Every time we're streaming and we do a spy anything, he always botches it. The question is, will Nitro listen to my indefinite ban on him doing spy vaults?
I almost made it up to this one. I just need to... It takes a timing thing, yeah.
Honestly, especially Uranus. These ones are fairly different.
And a path node, just like fucking alcove I guess I can hide in.
You've triggered the
Oh,
Can't
fuck's
find
sake.
it in game. This was part of the... Yep, there it fucking is.
Find it properly, damn it.
This backpack is a... it was from the TennoCon 2024 bundle, so it's not currently obtainable. I think I can make it in time? Probably not.
Fuck's sake. I'm up, I got it.
You have 5 seconds. Okay,
I got
good.
it.
Retrieval was successful.
Mess with me?
The
Fair
thing wasn't
enough.
supposed to go up through the fucking like laser beam thing, even though it was pulsing on and off. So I guess I just fucking brute forced my way up there with like my ragdoll going through like the fucking, you know what I mean.
You know, I will say this, I actually really like the Jupiter spy vaults, personally. They are definitely more difficult than most of them, though. Zap. Okay, is this the one I think it is? There is a... Oh, I don't think it's the one I was thinking of. There is a Uranus spy vault. Maybe it's the one Nitro did, but that is super easy to cheese. Okay, I want to show you all something cool. So this spy vault has a route that I think most of you probably aren't aware of, because it's in the ceiling.
Ah.
One of the possible routes for this spy vault is up here. You have to avoid these things, which are very hard to see, honestly, but... And this will just spit you out right behind, or right in here, yeah. I like that. I think that's a really cool alternate, or like one of the routes for a spy vault.
Oh yeah.
Data extracted. It won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Relaxed Adolescent 470. I have so many, also, why don't we have this guy as a decoration yet? My cat's just fucking off. I have so many alter egos that my audience has prescribed to me. I'm not sure which one's even the real one anymore. Strange and enjoyable. True. Departure. Yippee.
Another job well executed.
Trying to catch up a little bit, sorry. Or lame adult. Gas is bugged currently. What about it? I do know that there's a bug apparently with all... Nova Umbra was the one that told me about this. Elemental buffs, ever since they decoupled them in 1999 so that they don't combine with other elements, so like Shock Trooper and stuff, their DOTs do not actually consider the buff in the calculations right now. So like, for example, with like the DOT formula where it would consider like electric, for example, it would consider the electric mods on your weapon. And now it used to work with Shock Trooper would count like an electric mod for that calculation. That doesn't work right now. That's a known bug? I'm actually not 100% sure. But I know that... All I know is that it's a thing right now. Hopefully it gets fixed at the very least. The last one was Vor Assassinate, I think. Yeah. Mention it's known? Okay. Fixed that in a recent hotfix? I thought it was a code fix thing. I'd have to look. Feebled young adult, real and true. And Mactic stream, grim. I'm still a little miffed that all of the like the Warframe devs like Pablo and Rebecca decide they're going to just go on the streams of people that aren't in the Warframe community. It kind of bothers me, honestly.
Captain Vor has lived under suspicion of possessing Arokan technology that grants him powerful abilities. We cannot allow this. Get to his location and eliminate him. The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take
Hello, good sir. Could you turn around? No, I guess not. Okay, fair enough. Oh, this is an energy reduction. I didn't even notice. Why are you... I hate doing headshot-related things against the Grineer, specifically because the Lancers' backs are so large you can't headshot them from, like, any angle other than, like, fucking dead on.
Dead on.
We will need to watch your back.
Lamau. Get more players into the game. I mean, I know that they're trying to get more players into the game, but, like... I feel like the... Like, yeah, they're trying to get new players into the game, but I also feel like it's important to, like, show that you're willing to interact with your existing community. It kind of, like, bothers me a bit that, like, Mactix and Aztecross and Pirate Software have gotten preferential treatment in that regard by the developers when a lot of their existing community has no line of communication with them, right? I imagine the vast majority of Warframe YouTubers, even bigger than me, have never spoken with one of the devs directly. I think that's just unfortunate.
Just grabbing like a fucking like a public lobby, I guess. So.
Does Pirate Software still even play? I don't know. I don't personally watch him.
He's the one who said he hadn't played since the beta.
He hadn't played in a long time. He was like, I'm a long time player, but as far as where he hadn't played in like several years when he got sponsored. I will at least give props to people like Aztecross and oh, who's the other person? There was Aztecross and a few other people that like were sponsored to play Warframe. And even after, they still are playing it, like after their sponsor has ended, which I'm glad to see, but not safe for the brand? I mean, I'm probably not. Is a pretty decent lad. Shenpai, that's who I'm thinking of, yeah. Aztecross is someone I have no problem with, other than the fact that his content is kind of just slop. But I mean, I get it. It's his living.
Affinity booster. I already have one of these. It doesn't stack.
All the bleeding life service. I think, like, Destiny hemorrhaging players, the DE, like, struck at the perfect time. Because that was when they were like, hey, Mactix, hey, Aztecross, like, we'll sponsor you to come play our game. Because he's honestly tired of Destiny. You know, fair enough. Here's all my floops. I remember, like, I talked about this when I was talking about my, like, concern about, like, content saturation when Aztecross was first getting into it. About, like, will Destiny creators be able to find a niche in the Warframe community because the niches they occupied in the Destiny community are already filled, and they don't know enough about the game to find a niche for themselves? It seems like Aztecross's niche is unironically just being Aztecross. But I feel like I was kind of proven right when it is like dev stream reaction video, and it's like, yeah, there's Aztecross doesn't. I feel like he's not into the game like enough to fully understand the magnitude of certain changes and things that get discussed. To be a meta cuck just to spite people, that's grim. It's such a boring way to play the game. That actually played Warframe for a while. Yeah, I heard about that. Managed to staunch the bleeding. Who knows what'll happen with Destiny? It's a game that I'm honestly wondering if it can ever really die because the player base is like such like a... It's a parasite they cannot seem to shake, but... Still mirror defense for another 20 minutes. Grim as fuck. Well, off to Railjack, I guess. Alright, Nitro, I'm going to have to make a very sad request of you. Don't kill any fighters. The only reason we're going here is because we need to get kills with a cruise ship.
Alright.
It's OBS. I mean, I actually think that Stallard still makes very good videos. He's just charismatic. Like, it's really bad. I don't agree that Destiny's the worst it's ever been, personally. As someone who played, like, launch D2, like, content-wise at least, I think launch in Year 1 D2 was probably worse. Now, is Destiny in a very bad state currently? Yes. I think that saying that it's the worst ultimately comes down to subjective opinion. I probably wouldn't say it is. I remember people were mass leaving the game when Curse of Osiris came out, because of the controversy with them, like, stealth changing how getting bright engrams worked and stuff like that. But
signatures indicate the presence of a Grineer ship killer platform. Infiltrate and neutralize.
the bar is on the floor. Yeah, I think the main thing with, like, Destiny, at least, like, at its current state, I just think that, like, not only is the game in a bad state, but players are just fucking done dealing with it. Like, when you've been dealing with the bullshit from Bungie for this long... Oh, there's a cruise ship. But when you've been dealing with the bullshit for this long... Void Cloak, here we go. I think that it's just too much. Self-defeating structure and theme parky. I guess, like I said, I guess it's a matter of perspective. Because Destiny 2's launch also had, like, a week's worth of content, and you were just done with the game. Still going for now, yes. I wanted to end at 10, but I can't go to Raising Cane's, so it doesn't matter. Where the fuck is that cruise ship?
Maybe it's already 11.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I was gonna go till 10, but I can't go to Raising Cane's, so I just am gonna keep going.
Right.
Where is the fucking cruise? I saw one! Okay.
I gotta say, it's like, where the fuck is he?
Didn't get the Forsaken DLC. That's ridiculous. And also, yeah, I will say, Destiny's state is fairly dire. I'm not going to act like it isn't. I just think that whether or not you think it is the worst entirely depends. And even beyond that, like, I feel like the semantic of, like, is Destiny at its worst doesn't even honestly matter. Because Destiny is still in a terrible state, regardless if it's literally the worst it's ever been or not. I think I have to cull a few fighters to get a cruise ship to spawn.
Probably, yeah.
I'm just gonna kill a few until one finally shows up. There we go. I would recommend, if you want Warframe more videos, watch Stallard. He doesn't post that much, but his videos are all very, very good.
And they're in the barrel.
Got half of a season worth of DLC. You know, I also feel bad for... Also, do not blow it up.
I said check fire. I said check fire!
I didn't shoot. What broke it?
That's a very good question. We get a fucking abandoned ship.
Oh. I can't even use the gun, damn.
No, there's no time, babe. Emergency transport, forward beam. 3 seconds to go. Whew.
Almost 90% of the time. It's funny, because I feel like Destiny and Warframe actually share the problem of struggling to kill villains, but Destiny, I think, is worse about it, honestly. Bullet jump broke it? I didn't bullet jump, I double jumped. At least I don't think I bullet jumped, did I? I'd have to rewatch. If a bullet jump deals enough damage to one-shot a reactor, that's really fucking tragic.
Damn, yeah.
I'm gonna just have to kill more fighters, aren't I? This is unfortunate. Appeal to Destiny refugees. I honestly feel like whether or not the First Descendant is considered a real competitor by Bungie kind of depends, to be honest. Some doohickey that revives them. I mean, that's true. They just find an excuse to bring them back. This is so fucking dumb. Where are the cruise ships? Warframe makes villains irrelevant. I think that there are still plenty of them that have remained relevant even after they're supposed to die, but Oryx is back, by the way. Is that part of the plot of the season? I know that we had found his body in that one dungeon I cannot think of the name of.
Of the deep.
Okay, can I have a cruise ship, please? Can I have a... I don't want big-ass resource container. I want a fucking cruise ship. This is so dumb. I need to kill 3 of these guys in a cruise ship, for fuck's sake. There's one, finally. Okay. Yeah, none of them are on a gun. He's not really the baddie of the season? Oh, okay.
Where the fuck did the cruise ship go? There she is. Shot. Armed.
What are you doing? Oh. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to Destiny, like I said, I played it. I'm very off and on. I literally play Destiny for a few months and then quit it for like a couple of years. Like the last time I came back to Destiny, I literally played through, I think, like 3 fucking DLCs worth of content because I had been away for so long. Okay. I have to just kill 3 fighters, and then I can give it to Nitro and he can kill 3 fighters, and then we should be good. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't have a lock.
I think so.
I don't know if they'll count. I guess you can see.
I can figure out the lead for these things.
I think they're lock-on. I know that the primary gun is. The lock-on is just very bad. Oh,
Yeah,
you can't use the... You are stealing my fucking kills.
I haven't got a single kill yet. That's not me then.
I'm guessing that yours aren't counting because the turret doesn't count.
No, I haven't been fired. I've been trying to lock.
Then what the fuck is shooting at them from us?
Heads up. Ready air crow shoot.
Can I please... Did that finish the challenge? Okay, I think my challenge is done. Good. Content is so disposable. Also, you can take the pilot seat if you want, but...
I'm trying to see, I think I got one, maybe? Yeah, I may have to pilot it. Damn.
Duh.
This is a more viable tactic to do, honestly. It's fun.
Fight still not existing, them out. Did you like the Devil May Cry anime trailer? I thought it was cool, yeah. Your crew? My crew is not on a turret. I checked that. We have an engineer and a defender. My gunner was kicked off to make room for Nitro. I also will say, for those of you who are in the Destiny, like, no. Well, I think that, a lot of you are probably aware of this if you're in the know with Destiny, but there was also I think it was a GDC talk that their then CEO had given, or like some fucking executive there, about their design philosophy for Destiny. And I think it's honestly fairly telling in terms of like the way they talk about how they approach the design to the game. The expectations talk, pretty much. Because it's like, it's not even just don't over-deliver because they don't want to set expectations. I can see where they're coming from with that, right? The main thing that bothers me about that talk is that they talk about how they're trying to release content that is formulaic on purpose. Because, like, the part of, like, either you're always crunching or you're never crunching, like, yeah, if you get to choose between the two, the strategy that doesn't crunch is probably for the best. But
kills. I'm not getting progress for the third.
The fact that they're deliberately avoiding making certain content, or like making content that breaks the mold too much bothers me. If you've gotten it, feel free to just trash the ship and come back. We can just wrap up this mission for the fuck of it, but...
Right, Manima Station.
That shit is dumb. Like, here's what I want to say in regards to that. The developers for Destiny, the people who actually work on the game, seem like they do care. Like, when you see, like, people who were fired from the game and stuff like that talk about how, like, yeah, we knew that these were issues, but the... Oh, it's just Umbra. But, like, a lot of the developers are like, yeah, we know that these things are issues, but there's no profit incentive for the higher-ups to let us do it. Stuff like that.
POV, you're fighting the Avarians.
I feel like with that kind of thing as well, it's like the Destiny developers seem like they care, but the people that are in charge see it more as a business strategy, right? It's clear with like that talk as well that it's more of a lot of it's a business strategy, especially QA testers. Yeah, I heard that a lot of the QA team was fired, and then they dropped a new dungeon that was buggy as fuck. I kind of forgot I should probably move the ship away from the ship killer. And they hate you. I mean, I don't think that I don't think that most games like hate their player base so much as that they don't see them as their player base, right? Like Destiny has an incredibly cool community, But that's the thing, is the devs don't hate them. They just don't see them as people. They see them as a payout, right? I think that's my perspective on it, at least. Do they hate you? Probably not, but they see you as a way to make money and want to find new ways to wring you of that money. Was what made me quit permanently. They did mention that, yeah, that there were certain ideas that they decided not to follow through with because they were too good. That only hit 2 of them? The fuck? Are a consumer base. That's what they're seen as by the people who make or manage the game, rather. Because, like, something I think is valuable about Warframe, and something that I think makes it so different, is the developers are clearly working on a game that they actually like, and are making because they enjoy it, right? Like, yeah, the game makes them money. It's a business. Go fucking figure. But, like, look at Steve. Steve is the CEO, and most of the time he's working on Soulframe. Like, it's clear that the people who make this game like making games and want to make the game good, even despite the fact that they have to try and, like, they have to make concessions for profit sometimes. That much is an inevitable reality of this kind of thing. But it's clear that they make the game and enjoy the game, as opposed to the higher-ups over at Bungie that very much clearly see it as, like, a content strategy.
Transport to the game.
When he got bored. I don't even know if it was, like, Steve's, letter of resignation from the Warframe team sounded like he really wanted to do a fantasy project. An interview showed that Jeff had an idea that Steve really thought had potential. I don't think he got bored. I just think that they wanted to expand their horizons to, into new genres and things like that.
It's gonna be it for me because I'm gonna take a shower real quick though, so
okay, fair enough. Without realizing that they had cut most of it, yeah. Like, the fact that there are people out there, because, like, when I got the game, I bought it, a bundle that came with Forsaken and the first 3 DLCs, or for the Forsaken and the first 2 DLCs, for, like, $40. But the fact that people might have paid $40 for those DLCs on release, and then they got cut from the game, is bullshit. You're bound to want a change of pace. At the time that Steve resigned, it had been... He resigned at the beginning of 2022? So yeah, I guess it would have been about 9 years. And I mean, yeah, he probably did want to work on something else at that point, but... Rumbling the Wonder Woman game? I don't really care, I guess. With some other studio that had Airship in its name. You might be thinking of, there was Keystone, which is a class-based shooter they were making that was apparently actually really fun, but that got shut down. And then there was Wayfinder, which that game still exists, but DE was not making it, they were publishing it. I enjoyed your channel a lot. I'm glad that you enjoy it, and thanks for stopping by. With systems for the core gameplay. I don't entirely agree, because we still do get content islands. Like, look at Duviri, for example, right? Duviri is a thing that you can finish, and I feel like in that regard, it kind of feels like an old-era update in that regard. A lot of things you can still finish. I think a big thing that is important, though, is that a lot of the stuff that you can get from those areas is very useful in the rest of the game. Like, Railjack on launch was probably the biggest content island we had ever gotten, next to, like, Conclave. Wasn't Duviri started by Steve? As far as I'm aware, no. In a dev stream, Rebecca said she wrote the design document for Duviri. So as far as I'm aware, it was ultimately more her and Pablo's idea, based on the way they talked about it, at least. Was just vaporized? Yeah, I agree. It's complete bullshit. What else do I have? Now that Nitro's gone, I guess we can probably... It's just about to be 11, so the arbitration's just about to roll over.
And we're out.
Unsubscribing, no more Stockholm Syndrome. I'm sorry, do you want to see the dog? Was Commission Veruda? Act like pricks after they get big. I don't think I'll ever see myself as, like, a big YouTuber, no matter how big I am, honestly. And I don't think I'll ever get that large, either. My content is inherently fairly niche. Acrithis, and that's the thing, Acrithis does sell evergreen rewards, that's true. But, like, the main content loop of Duviri, I feel like you can complete But I also think, like, a big distinguishing factor is that a lot of stuff for Duviri, like, when the current DE team starts working on a gameplay, like, loop or area, they normally stick with it for a while. Like, Duviri had almost a year's worth of updates. We had 2 updates for the labs, right? The Whispers and Dante Unbound. 1999 is getting a follow-up update, right? Angel of the Zeraman got a follow-up update. I think that's a big distinguishing thing, honestly, is that the modern DE team try to see their ideas through much better than the old one did. Because, like, Railjack's launch was a fucking disaster, and even though they made improvements to it, it took them, I think, almost a year before they did Railjack Retrofit, and then it took them almost another year to release Corpus Railjack. It felt like it was just on the back burner for a long time. I feel like a lot of the modern content, they're much more willing to stick with in terms of, like, trying to see it through to whatever their vision for it is before they move on to the next thing. Because I do still think there is stuff, and even beyond that, I guess, it's very clear that they're trying to, like, make sure that the content that they're adding is worth replaying. Because, like, with Duviri, yeah, the evergreen rewards, but especially the labs and now, Holvania are going to have, you know, EDA and stuff like that to help, and like Netrocells, the weekly track, stuff like that to help keep them engaging. The only thing that they've added that I feel like kind of fell off the face of the planet's the Zeraman. You can beat the Zeraman and then just kind of fuck off forever from that place if you want to. I hope one day they give us an EDA-like game mode for the Zeraman and that we revisit it. Also, there are sentients for Railjack, just, they were stuck in Scarlet Spear. So, like, yeah, we still don't have any use for Sentient Scalpel. Because you want to own things you paid for. Yeah, a lot of the people defending sunsetting was, questionable, I'll put it that way.
Ready for action.
Half the new stuff in less than a year, that's fucked up. We'll probably not revisit old things. I feel like... Hold on, let me catch up. I feel like I missed something you said. Because I feel like the modern team has revisited a ton of old things. Like, we had Companions 2.0, like a dozen different Warframes have gotten reworked. They're making, like, a sweeping change to defense here soon. Like... Okay, I'm going to try to not go full rant mode when I say this, but the narrative that DE doesn't care about old content is just, like, provably false. There are plenty of examples of them going back and working on old content. Version of Cascade Hex. I don't know if they'll ever give us new areas for the Zeraman game modes, but I would love to see them. Old lore and story beats. Those things I don't think that they would ever... I don't think they would ever bother, honestly. Meanwhile, Narmer, trust me, they'll get there eventually. Systems, not content. I mean, at the same time, though, I feel like whether or not there's a... I guess that kind of depends, because we got new content that ties into old content is a thing that sometimes happens, but not super frequently. Like, for example, they gave us stuff in the open world vendors for the companion update, but I feel like it's more of like an out of convenience kind of thing. And even then, how often is it that the old development team even revisited old content? I feel like a lot of the time it was like we would get an update and then get its follow-up update if it got one, and that was just it. Like, a lot of stuff that released in Deimos Arcana is still buggy as shit and never got changed. When did they last revisit Arcwing? It was several years ago now. Arcwing's been through, like, 3 reworks. Where's the Garuda lore? It will show up one day. Trust. And that was always the case. I think that the thing is it will kind of always be the case. Like, I feel like there's a lot of old stuff that will probably just never be changed. And also there's sort of the question of, like, what do you consider a system that is in need of changing, or what do you consider a piece of content that's in need of revisiting? I think that DE's content strategy has kind of always been forward, like adding new things instead of revisiting old ones, or expanding on whatever the newest thing is. I think it's just kind of always how it's worked. We revealed in the dream by the Unum? Honestly, yeah, probably. I think I'm actually going to go to... I need to find sabotage caches. What would be an easy environment for that? Does the series one even have them? I don't actually know. Now I'm curious. Interception has more problems. I think that, like, I think the main issue with defense is purely that it has the potential to be so slow, and that's probably why it's getting changed. I wish that they would speed up interception a bit, but I don't know if that'll be happening. Oh yeah, this is, can I even... I don't know if I can find, I'm guessing not, considering that the range on my Golden Instinct is like 500 fucking meters. If I can't find anything in this radius, I don't think it's gonna find the, sabotage caches. Welcome to Zaku time. It does? Huh, then there just genuinely are none anywhere fucking near me? And 1/3 are another. I feel like all of them are kind of different systems in a weird way. Like, the sisters are closer. Yeah, it doesn't show them. Golden Instinct specifically does not appear to do anything. But I don't know if they'll go back and change any of the old liches, like, in response to that. Because they have done stuff like that before. Like, when Angels came out and there was all the issues with the Syndicate medallions, they kind of broadened those to the rest of the game. But it feels a lot faster. I think there's different priorities in those modes, though. Like, Void Cascade is more reliant on killing, whereas Interception is more reliant on just, like, I guess, controlling space. I can see what you mean, though. My source of Fate Dream? Indeed. Just rob as many people as possible as I'm on my way through this area. I actually... I wonder, do the Hive caches count? The one in the Hive missions? Was gone ham on quality of life. That too, honestly. Modern DE has made a lot of changes that are just to benefit, like, the general player base in terms of, like, playing the game. There's still some stuff that I kind of wish they would address, but at the same time, you know, any progress is good progress, even if it's not specifically what I want. I think they've given up on PvP, yes. Also, the end game of Warframe is a very bizarre thing in general. I don't know if we'll ever get, like... I feel like at this point, the end game content DE wants to be considered end game is, like, Netra Cells, the Archon Hunt, EDA, and soon Temporal Archimedia, and then probably Steel Path Circuit. I feel like that's probably what the end game kind of comprises right now, but it's not exactly... There isn't, like, a hard... obvious line between like Destiny with like raids and nightfalls and shit. There's nothing like that in this game. Of the Wonder Woman game? That's actually fairly interesting. I haven't heard anything about the Wonder Woman game, to be honest with you, but if they were to finally have to get rid of Nemesis, that would be a great boon to us all. Because Warner Brothers' patent on Nemesis is some of the biggest bullshit I've ever seen in the gaming industry.
You found a second cache. My readings indicate one more.
Into one mechanic? I don't understand, unless you mean that like it would be the same like 3 consecutive missions kind of thing. I think a big problem for Warframe in general is that content that's supposed to be mechanically challenging doesn't work in this game very well in terms of like compared to a raid. Like, Law of Retribution and the Jordis Verdict were not great raids. I think it would be cool if we got more content that was more, like, dedicated endgame, but I don't know if DE will ever get around to doing something like that, to be perfectly honest with you. Because the question is, with how easy it is to cheese everything in this game, would it even be worth the investment? Like they originally intended. I don't know if DE would do something like that. It would be very cool if they did, though. Endgame is what you want it to be, to some extent. And works. Well, that's the thing, though, is, like, there are mechanically heavy things that work, but they're not mechanically heavy endgame activities. And at the same time, I'm gonna be honest, Ropa is still also pretty cheesable, but... I just think it's a disjointed mess. That's totally fair. And I'll be honest, the current endgame is largely not about build crafting. That's something that kind of throws me for a loop. EDA, Temporal Archimedia, and Steel Path Circuit all do not give you control over your loadout, or at least not much. So like a big component of Warframe that makes us powerful, which is synergies across multiple items, are being taken from us to make the content harder. I don't know, I don't personally like the randomness as difficulty direction that DE has been taking, but at the same time, the question becomes how do you make content difficult where you allow people to access their insanely bloated, overpowered fucking arsenal? It's something I don't, I don't think I'm smart enough to figure out. Work with anything you're given. I think the problem is that it makes certain things reliant more on luck than actual skill. Like, in EDA, if you get a bunch of stuff that is, like, worse than other things, like, for example, if I got, like, Oxani, Stug, and, I don't know, fucking, like, Oxani, Stug, and Oclato as my 3 secondary options, I am going to have an objectively harder time than someone who got 3 Incarnate weapons. And I think that's the thing, is that a lot of the difficulty comes from randomness. Like, this week's EDA, I didn't struggle at all because I got Dante. Does Warframe need to be challenging? I think it's good for games to have harder content. I think that the main thing is, like, people who are into a game want to have things that test their prowess. And we actually have things that are good at that, to be honest. But a lot of it as well is, like, you can't make the end game so hard it gatekeeps people out of it. I think that's kind of the balance that DE is trying to strike, but I can't say for sure. But, like, we have certain things that are entirely optional, but challenging. The Apex bosses, I think, are the biggest example. Apex Fragmented One and Apex Tank are both great, because they are mechanically interesting bosses that are also very challenging, but rewarding to finish with their unique, glyphs that you can get. I really enjoyed. I can show these real quick, actually. I have all of them. I went and, over the course of a couple days, managed to get them all. The Accolade glyphs are one of my favorite things they've ever added to this game. Needs more puzzle content. I think the problem with puzzle content in Warframe is that the player base is fucking stupid, but I actually agree that it would be a nice way to try and change things up.
Order seems to have misplaced those memories.
Not awkwardly going into your loadouts. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Yeah, Fragmented One also was given glyphs for Protea, Mirage, Jade, Gauss, Vauban, and Sevagoth. Are stupid with puzzles, yeah, fair enough. But I feel like this was a cool thing. You have all these cool glyphs that you can get to show, hey, I did this thing. How did you get the Letty one? You have to beat a special hard version of the tank boss fight with Trinity. That's how these work. You have to, for the Hex ones, you have to beat the Apex tank with the Hex Warframes. And then with these, it's the Fragmented one with their corresponding Warframes. That's Drifter versus Drifter. I don't think PvP works in this game, honestly, just in general. Like, the player base doesn't care for it, and I think that if they're going to put development into a PvP mode, what's the point? Wasn't bull. And that's the thing, I think they are inevitably going to be cheesable no matter what, because that's just how Warframe is. But I think if you do the bosses like the way you're supposed to, they're fairly fun and challenging. What build did you use for the Letty glyph? I think, other than like a generic Trinity, I think I used Burst on Prime for the first phase, and I used Lex Prime for the second phase. Had standing to solo face-off. I think that the problem is that Conclave players very much whine about people being able to break into their space, so they want to ensure that in order to, like, if you're going to get PvP rep, you actually have to be doing something PvP related, which I think is fair, personally. Being potentially fun. I mean, we already have something kind of similar with, like, Frame Fighter and the Dojo duels, but they're a mess. I think a big problem with PvP in this game, too, is it would ultimately be abandoned. Like, it's not like the developers would basically have to have a team constantly updating it with everything new, or a lot of the new things they add to the wider game, more likely than not. And I just don't think that'd be worth it for them. Personally, if they added PvP to this game, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you all. I wouldn't fucking play it. I don't play this game because of PvP. It's a PvE game, and that's what I enjoy about it. If they were to give us some kind of revamped PvP, I still wouldn't play it, to be perfectly honest with you. I think it's ultimately a matter of what you value in a game, but I also think, like, you look at Destiny, that game's PvP has caused so many fucking problems for them. PvE players getting caught in the crossfire of PvP changes is so common. Because nobody plays it. They did say that they're adding a boost in the next update to try and, like, make matchmaking more worth it. Like, I don't know if they've said it if we're going to get more accolade glyphs for the other 4. I hope we do. That would be cool, but... And this dance due to the gunplay. I mean, that's fair. I think because someone here suggested Drifter PvP, that could definitely be a way to do it. But then comes the question of, like, how do you balance something like that from its PvE iteration? You would have to make some significant changes for that to actually work in practice. What's happened to D2? I mean, that's what I'm referring to, is D2 has a big problem of, like, one side of the game will affect the other side when it's not supposed to. Still a fair criticism. That's the thing, is, like, does it happen all the time? Not necessarily, but it does still happen, and I think it's important to highlight that, like, if you have two halves of the game like that that are distinct, they can interfere with each other unintentionally. Oh, that's on the other... okay. Warframe hero shooter. I feel like it would be better for Warframe instead of PvP to just, like, make a spin-off, but that's just my opinion. Because it's in third person. I'll be honest with you, because I've never heard that opinion before. Would be better than rewards than glyphs. IMO, thank you for the 5. That's fair. I think that honestly could also be a cool alternative. The thing is, for the hex frames, how would you do a battle damaged helmet when you can't use that cosmetic on them? It would be cool if you got, like, helmets or maybe some kind of special skin as well. I like the glyphs, but I could see the desire for it to be something more involved. And I was confused. That is kind of a confusing take. I mean, to each their own, but, like, damn. Okay, to make something clear, all of the accolade glyphs that were added to the Fragmented were added in 1999. So those glyphs did not exist before the idea of accolade glyphs, you know, happened later on. Arthur eye patch helmet, that could go hard. Unlock Warframe's alternate helmets. I think the thing is, if you're going to make an accolade glyph or an accolade item, it has to be unique. I think that's kind of the thing that sets it apart. You have to make it so that if someone sees you with it, they know that you accomplished something for it. Like when they said that they were going to make the Eidolon ephemera a reward for doing Tridolons, and then they never did that. I was transformed, you know, fair enough. My boy needs a comeback. I'm kind of sad that Call won the vote for who they liked the most, or for who people liked the most in the new war. I think that Teshin's segment was the most fun, and I think that fucking Viso's was also more fun than his, but that's just me.
You found a second cache
in the game. I think that kind of depends. I guess I could see that argument, but I think it'd still be cool that if you had that cosmetic, it meant that you did something for it, because that was what we were originally promised, was that ephemeras were going to be merit-based cosmetics. And after they realized how popular they were, they threw that out the window. Because it's first person. Yeah, that's pretty stupid. What in the fuck? What is going on with... Is this like an item on the floor? It is. Puzzles aren't player-based compatible? Probably not. I think a lot of people that play Warframe, like, they want to play the game that way, right? They just want it to be like a power fantasy, you know, just turn your brain off kind of thing, and that's fine. But it does kind of make things a bit limiting if you're trying to make content that's more engaging. Accolade signals, that would be really cool. Like, something that would actually, you know, bringing this up, wouldn't it be cool if you got all 6 accolade glyphs, then you got something else? Like, maybe alt helms for every frame might be too much development effort, for example, but what if when you got all 6, then you got a Signa or a Syandana or an Ephemera or something like that? I think that could be cool. Old, slower gameplay. Warframe has very much trended towards faster gameplay over the years. Team-based shooter. Okay, I will say this. I said earlier that I would not play PvP if this game ever added it. That is mostly true. However, there is one exception that I would have to that, and that would be if they made PvP like Battlefront 2. Like, Corpus versus Grenier, and then you have Warframes you can summon as heroes. If they made gameplay like that, that shit would actually probably be really fun. Or a Warframe slot. I mean, you can get those from, I guess technically it is only Nightwave for free, isn't it? Damn. I play a racing mode with friends. I mean, we are getting all these Crash Course, but I don't know if it's multiplayer or not. It might be. There's 4 different motorcycles on the actual machine, but I guess we'll have to see. I hope it's multiplayer. That would be really, really cool. Oh, no, I missed one. Oh, fuck. Where is it? Must be over that way, but... Oh, okay. Yeah, would you look at that? It's just right there. Okay, I'm bitching over nothing. I like the Kaith races. Yeah, I do too, honestly. They're a cool objective.
Objectives are complete. Proceed to extraction now.
A pinball machine? I respect that.
So you conquer yourself.
And your login? Yeah, I'm familiar with that. It's a benchmark tool, I believe. To farm like I said, my issue with that is if you were to farm pre-existing ones, then they're not really a good accolade item because you can earn them in other ways that don't require you to do the hard thing. I think if you're going to make an item that's a reward for doing something hard, it should be only obtainable from that hard thing if the goal is to show it off to other people. We're getting Balatro in Warframe. True. I think I'm... Yeah, I guess there's just the arbitration left, and then we can wrap the stream up. It's Disruption? Oh, I actually have Color Mode. That's kind of funny. That's who I was going to play for that game mode anyways. Exclusive alt helm Sigma idea. Yeah, like I said, I feel like alt helms, I could see that being like an argument that that's too much development work for an alt helm for every single frame. I think it would be really cool. I just don't know if it's realistic. I think a Signa, though, for getting all of them or something like that, honestly could be a really cool idea. They need to shoot Eximus units in the back alley. That would be awful, or they would be awful. I could see a cool idea of, like, if it's PvP, I could see a cool idea of, like Battlefront 2, where you earn battle points that you can spend on things. Maybe you could have, like, Eximus units are, like, a special unit you have to get so many kills to earn, and it's more of a moment of power type of thing. Steel Path Arbitrations, Wendy. Simple card game in Warframe. Honestly, it'd be cool to see that if they, like, brought back the Ludoplex, or maybe added it as a Duviri side objective or something.
Key. Right. Find a matching conduit. Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit.
Pizza Halo Signa? That could actually go hard as hell. That's a banger idea. Also, see ya. Thanks for stopping by. Is it possible that Oberon needs a rework? I think he personally needs a retouch. I don't think he needs a full-blown rework, but he does have some problems that are honestly kind of stupid. Like, especially with the fact that his 3 drains more energy the more allies you're healing. That one's so bizarre to me. But I don't think he needs a full-on rework. I don't think he needs, like, new abilities or anything, like, you know, Hydroid and Inaros kind of treatment. But I do think he deserves some kind of touch-up. Or purely gameplay conceit. It is probably just for gameplay reasons. Maybe buffing health conversion. I think you can still health tank fine in a lot of content. I guess I have an entire video where I go over the subject, so it's probably not worth rehashing here, but I wouldn't complain if it got buffed, because there's plenty of content where it's still definitely not amazing, but it's funny because next update we're getting Arcane Escapist, and if that thing stays like it was on their dev build, god damn, Arcane Escapist is going to be OP as shit. Not be flat values. I feel like you can make things scale and not have it be a full-on rework that adds new abilities or something to the kit. Because that was what their definition of it was they see a rework as something that, like, adds new abilities and stuff like that. Like in Nova, they don't consider a rework. They consider Nova a retouch. Whether or not you consider Nova a retouch, I think entirely depends. Her changes were all fairly extensive, but they still consider that a retouch as far as I'm aware. To live in SP. Yeah, and I will say this, it very much isn't, at least if you ask me, but... So yeah, Escapist, the way it seems to work is not only does it give you it's not necessarily even just an extra life, it's if you die, you become invincible for 12 seconds, and you can stack that up to 10 times. It seems to me like you're basically, like, health gating is actually becoming real. The meme of them adding a health gate where if you were to die, you'd become invincible, they're actually adding it with Arcane Escapist. Like armies and Archon hunts? I would say probably. Normally things that prevent you from ever actually entering the death state still work. Like, for example, Phoenix Renewal works because you don't actually die. It blocks your death state. However, Sevagoth and Inaros passives don't work because they do require you to enter the death state. Yeah, that's, as far as I'm aware, that's how they see it. If you add new abilities or new overall mechanics, then it's a rework. If you're just, like, buffing what's already there, then it's generally considered a retouch, as far as I understand it.
You got out while you still could. Smart move.
When the why is plain as day, the how tends to
People
get
called me a
done.
nerd. It's not even just that. The fact that I feel like Sevagoth's passive isn't a real passive either. Like, you ever notice that with Sevagoth, his passive only activates when he's dead? How is that a passive effect? I still think that they should have a passive tied to his Deathwell, personally. The fact that Deathwell does nothing for him if he's not, like, it does nothing for him if he's not, you know, using the shadow, I think is really disappointing. It seems Nitro has returned, but the stream's about to end, so it doesn't matter much.
That's all from me.
I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'm just gonna do the Maru mission and then we'll call it a day. Equinox, we weren't calling that for now. They already said on the dev short Equinox is not currently in the cards for a rework. Which is shocking, because I think that she's in a lot of need of one, personally. But
honestly, yeah.
Maru's bizarre. So, looking for Iotans? Yeah, you and me both. I gotta leave
why use skills and lose the benefit? I personally see it more like Baruch, right? Where it's like your Deathwell is a resource for your ultimate. If you're not using your ultimate, you can still benefit from the resource. I think that's sort of the dynamic I would want, personally, because Grendel's difference is he has to constantly get enemies out of his stomach for all of his abilities. So it's a resource that powers everything, whereas for Sevagoth and Baruch, it's a resource that only really powers their 4. I think Baruch does it better because of the fact that Baruch has a, like I said, if you're not using his 4, you can still benefit from the resource. Whereas for Sevagoth, if you're not using his 4, then it just does nothing for you. Especially because with Sevagoth, there are many builds for him that are very good that don't use the 4 at all, because his 2 augments are so broken.
This tower was known for its beautiful Iotan treasures. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus. Oh,
it's kind of useless. I think, for me personally, my suggestion when I had done the passive tier list was that I thought that the Death Well should give Sevagoth more ability efficiency, up to, like, I don't know, maybe 20% when it's full or something like that. Because it would play into what Sevagoth values, because Sevagoth, if you're not using your 4, does spam his abilities a lot. So I think that if it gave you, like, a small amount of efficiency up to some amount when you filled it up, I think that would have been a good way to make the, like, incorporate the Death Well into his gameplay loop outside of the existence of the Shadow. Missed the mark on her power fantasy. This might be hard to believe for some of you, but also like Temple's passive, not necessarily, because Temple's passive is more of a timing-based thing, whereas what I'm suggesting is more of a, you know, rewards you for using your other abilities by making it cheaper to use your abilities.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
How do you get enjoyments out of the things that you like to do? That's the secret barbecue sauce. I don't enjoy anything. Wouldn't that discourage Shadow use more? If you already are playing into the Shadow, then I feel like you're probably going to, like, not particularly care. Like, it's like I said with, like, Baruch and his damage reduction. You don't think, well, shit, I'm not going to use the 4 because the damage reduction is too helpful. I think it's, like, a small enough buff that it's worth, like, keeping the resource, but also not so big that it makes what the resource is for irrelevant, right? I feel like this concept can work because it works on Baruch. Instead of Metamorphosis. I feel like if Equinox was to get any changes, I feel like she would need a full-on rework personally, but that's just my opinion. Also, no, the horse has returned, briefly. I think I'll go for another few minutes and then we'll shut it down.
Yeah.
That follows you around. I feel like that's just even less of a reason to play into what Sevagoth's gimmick is supposed to be. But, because I guess it's kind of like loyal Marilena at that point. I guess some people would probably prefer that, but you're 4 on Baruch as well. That's true, but it's not like it's exclusive, or like mutually exclusive. The DR from the 2 still stacks. Because you have your 3, your 4, and Restraint all provide DR, and because DR is multiplicative from different sources, it's very valuable to have Restraint's DR, because if you have the 50% DR from Restraint, you effectively have twice the effective health than you did without it. I think we'll go until the stream hits 4.5 hours, and then we'll probably call it there. That's only another 6-7 minutes. Is with the 2 augments. Personally, I like playing around the Shadow. Like, I played with both, and both of the augments actually help the Shadow out a lot, too, funnily enough, because they affect certain abilities from the Shadow. If you prefer to just play the nuke, you know, variation of Sevagoth, that's up to you, but personally, I like playing him with the, like, sort of tag team dynamic that they're built around, even if it's ultimately not the best way to play them. Iris would ever touch Urella. Yeah, I feel like Loyal Marilena kind of was like, okay, you don't like the Warframe because of the main gimmick that she has? Alright, you can now remove it. And that makes me, like, I don't use it because it hurts her identity for me, but I get why it exists. That her whole thing right now is just her exalted sidearm. You know what's funny is they're about to nerf the ever-loving shit out of razor flies.
Oh, yeah.
They're more distractions than actual, like, summons. Are you sitting on 1 million dupes? I have a lot of them right now. I'm waiting for the new feature that they're adding in the next update to make this easier. I'm sitting on 6,000 revenges. So, you know, we're getting there. I'm wrong, though. I don't think Titania is in need of a rework personally, but I see where you're coming from with that. But yeah, unfortunately, Titania is getting, or her Razor Flies are getting super nerfed. They're not going to scale with her melee mods anymore. It's funny, too, because they were like, yeah, this is actually a bug. And it's like, a bug? This has been in the game for, what, 8 years? 9 years? Like, even if it was a bug, if it's been in the game for this long, was the solution really to just remove it? Or should we have made it a feature or something else? But, I don't know. I also disagree. I don't think Titania is a one-skill frame. The buffs from Tribute are helpful if not amazing, but the status immunity from her 1 is very good, and her 3 is good crowd control if I wasn't constantly taking it off. It's because they can proc influence. That's been fixed already, I'm pretty sure. Proc on Titania's Wisp accidental headshot. That will probably still work. We'll have to see, but that will probably still work. It's more they don't scale with the mods on Dawada anymore. I'm guessing, like... Because the thing with that was, like... The Razorflies only worked with certain mods, and I get that with them moving away from stat sticks, they wouldn't want that to still exist for Razorflies, but I'm guessing they also didn't want to make them separately moddable, because, like, it would just be so much stuff to deal with. So, with Dex Pixia, if melee influence being procced by the Razorflies is still in the game, they don't have to remove all interactions to stop that. They could just prevent it from triggering melee arcanes. I'm guessing they just basically, as far as I would guess, they just probably don't want to deal with it. Like, fuck it, why make them separately moddable or anything like that when it's so niche to begin with? Just claim it's a bug and then nerf the shit out of them. Just replace the Dawada for Razorflies. I think that, like, there's the gap there of, like, they're not removing Razorflies, they're just nerfing them, because they don't want it to stat stick anymore. Whereas your suggestion is entirely removing Dawada. But without your fire rate suffers so hard. That is kind of like the bitch of playing Titania, is like your fire rate and your melee attack speed buff from Razorwing Blitz is critical, but at the same time, there's also the issue of it's so hard to position yourself with her when you have the buff. What's the point of them being in the game after the nerf? They have maximum threat level. A big, like, I think the goal for Razorflies is that they are a fantastic distraction. Enemies will try and attack them over everything else. I believe their threat level's maxed out. So I think that was kind of the point of why they originally, like, yeah, they can attack things, and that's a thing they can do, but I feel like the point of them was there to keep fire away from Titania. And then again, I wish that they would have kind of embraced the damage that they could deal or buffed them in some way to compensate for the change they're making. Because, like, Full Moon affects them, the summon buff, and I don't really know why that would be. I guess Full Moon grants them more survivability, so never mind. I guess that kind of does still make sense. But I wish they would have embraced the damage they could deal more than just, you know, taking that mechanic out. Because they die in seconds on Steel Path. I think a lot of that is more of a matter of, like I said, you have stuff like Full Moon and whatnot to deal with it, but they are fairly weak unless you build really hard into them specifically. Going to be a lot of negative feedback. I don't expect them to go back on it personally, because it's such a niche thing to begin with. Because Titania's Razorflies as anything other than a distraction was not what most of the player base was using them as, so I feel like it's going to be a fairly under-the-radar change. Like I said, I wish they would have just made Razorflies separately moddable and then just call it there. Like, okay, well, we don't want stat sticks in the game, so we're just going to move it. Or buffing them to make them deal considerably more damage to compensate, but it is what it is, I guess. Personally, yeah, I'm not super bothered because I never really played into that playstyle. For me, my Razorflies were pretty much always just a distraction. But I can see for people who liked that playstyle as niche and admittedly not amazing as it was, it does suck to have that kind of thing taken. It's like people who like old Grendel or like Duration Lavos before that got changed. Kind of bites to lose it, even if it's a fairly niche thing few people actually care about. On the forums in the dev workshop, I guess I haven't taken a look at them. I guess at the same time, though, I feel like if they were to... I don't think they'd revert it. If they're trying to get rid of stat sticks, they'll probably just try and find some alternative. Duration Lavos. This was back when there was a strategy where people would build for high duration and spam the 2 to leave puddles all over the floor. But for performance reasons, they nerfed Lavos and made it so that whenever you cast the 2, it consumes all of your current 2 puddles and deals the remaining damage. Which is not why people were spreading the 2 puddles, it was to spread status effects. So that was a very niche strategy, very few Lavos players actually used, but I don't know anything he did. Old Grendel got changed because he was taking, like, as far as I understand it from what Pablo explained, it took away other people's ability to play the game, basically, and they didn't like that. You just eat the whole room and now your teammates were just out of luck. To let us still mod them. I think it would ultimately be best if they didn't just remove the mechanic from Razorflies. I'm not saying that I don't think that, or that I think they should just dust it, but at the same time, I feel like it's probably not super likely. Like I said, it's a very niche thing, and if they were to make an exception, like, okay, yeah, no more stat stick things except for this one, that would kind of be strange. So I guess we'll have to see if they go back on it and add some alternative or not. I think probably the best solution, genuinely, just be to buff the shit out of the Razorflies. Just make them deal way more damage. Then it wouldn't matter nearly as much. But I don't know. That's just my opinion on it. Considering the current time, I don't think I'm going to keep this stream going for, any longer. So thank you all for stopping by and listening to my absolutely insane opinions about a 12-year-old video game. But I'm going to do my best to making summons overpowered the next video, but that kind of depends on how much it bumps into. Like, if I don't think I can finish it soon enough, I might make something else first, just as a shorter thing. But beyond that, the Discord's in the description, VOD playlist is in the description. Hopefully making summons overpowered will be out this month. If not, sorry, it's a much bigger video than I expected it to be. But yeah, I guess that's all I've got to say. So see ya.